Hello. What's up? We're live. Got a little hair tuft. Classic. Tourney's starting in 3 minutes. And it's a fun one. Best of 3 tournament. Classic. So the way it works is that you play 3 factions. You pick 3 factions, your opponent picks 3 factions. You get 9 different matchups. Both players ban 3 matchups each, so that there's only 3. And then you play those as your best of 3. Nice and simple. So, yeah. Hopefully it goes well. Yeah. It's a Matrix one. Technically, we could get 2 Demons of Chaos wins for each round. But if I get knocked out, it's just over. But it's technically possible. So with 3 rounds in this tournament, we could get 6 wins still. Very nice. Or if we get into the 4th round, that means that maybe we get 8 wins today. Although no guarantee that people will want to play against Demons of Chaos, but I can persuade them by picking some good factions. Like we can play I don't know, a lot of Betonia action. I don't want to play versus Betonia anymore. Although, I don't know, maybe. Casual player of Total War, what's up? Thank you for the good luck. I can pick just Demons of Chaos counters. Or whatever counters Demons of Chaos, we'll bring the counter to that. So, like, Betonia is good versus Demons, right? Wood Elves is good versus Demons. So what's good versus Betonia and Wood Elves? Kislev? Maybe Kislev? Let me see. Let me take a look at the stats. Tourney starts in 2 minutes, by the way. So Betonia has a win rate that is low against Dwarves, Kislev, Nurgle, Empire, Coast even. Let's see here. Greenskins, Chaos Dwarves. Okay. Wood Elves also are pretty bad versus Kislev, right? Yes, they also have a terrible matchup. So Kislev is definitely on the docket. Yeah, I can go Kislev. Or just play Wood Elves, Betonia, and Demons of Chaos and lock them out of playing the factions. Would be pretty jokes. But yeah, we're still going to be trying to play Demons of Chaos. But I don't know, maybe we have like Norska or something. Just watch a squirrel fall off a tree branch. Rip. Nah, they're small. Being small reduces fall damage. What's up, unknown? I'm excited for today. Today should be a good one. We shall generate the bracket soon. Just give it 1 more hot second. There's no more sign-ups. Wonderful. Best of 3, not Black Ops 3. Does nobody know tournament terminology? How is Black Ops more prevalent than tournament terminology? What is this world? The younger generation is ruined. Alright, let's generate this bracket. Goblins. Begin. Tourney has started. And so it begins. It's a 4-rounder. Dang. And we're up against Maximillionaire to start. Ooh. Dang. Alright. Very interesting. Maximillionaire is a doozy. An absolute doozy. He likes vampire counts. He does like vampire counts. And Vampire Coast should be able to defeat them. Tournamentology. Sounds like a fake religion. Sometimes Anticity makes you feel old when we were a similar age. Should I be feeling old? Maybe. Alright, so we obviously have to lock in Demons of Chaos first. He's gonna lock in the vampire counts. Okay. What's very good versus vampire counts? Slanesh. We're just gonna force him to ban the Slanesh matchups. It'll be great. Wood Elves. Ah, he stole Wood Elves from me. Alright, well. That's pretty chill then. We run the Kislev. Oh, good. This is Vampire Coast. Alright, so Kislev, Slanesh, Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts, Wood Elves, Vampire Coast. Alright. Top player bans one matchup. I am top player. I will ban Kislev versus Vampire Counts. Alright. Here we go. You playing the Tomb Kings while I was away? Not really. Been focusing on Demons of Chaos quite a bit. So Maximilian will get to ban 2 factions. So we banned Kislev Counts. I would expect him to ban Kislev Wood Elves and Kislev Vampire Coast. And then we can play Demons of Chaos. Maybe 3 times in a row. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, right. He bans Kislev Wood Elves. Would have guessed. He bans Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Coast. Unfortunate. But it had to happen. Alright, so he's probably going to ban Demons of Chaos and Vampire Counts too. Am I really going to have to play Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves? It's probably a good one, though. It's probably not bad. Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts should be very favored, so we'll ban that one. Let's see here. Kislev vs. Coast is interesting. Don't actually know who comes out ahead on that one. He might crush it. Slanesh vs. Coast. He won last time. We will not let that happen again. Slanesh vs. Vampire Counts is good. I'm just gonna end up playing Slanesh. Slanesh vs. Counts, Coast, and Kislev vs. Coast is good. Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Okay, so I just kind of ban whichever ones I don't want to play. I'll ban Slanesh Wood Elves. So that way we only have to play Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. And then I'll ban Kislev versus Coast. And then I get to play Slanesh. Unless he bans them. Yeah, sure, why not? Don't need to play Kislev versus Vampire Coast today. What factions are you playing? A variety pack, but mostly trying to get wins with Demons of Chaos. You have a dream that one day I will cite all of Cetra's titles while winning with Cetra? At some point. I just haven't had much of a reason to play Tomb Kings. Oh, that. Turin has definitely recited them all. Has he? I feel like Turin's less of a meme lord, you know? I feel like Lore Master of Sotek has. I feel like he would be the one to lean into that more. Turin is more old school memes from like from the 80s, you know, or 90s. 80s or 90s memes is kind of where Turin comes from. Less Warhammer memes, you know? Or like 2000s memes, you know? Maybe not 80s memes. Although I'm sure he's... I don't know. I don't know how far back it goes. I'm not going to say 70s. Turin ain't that old. Turin's all about them 40s memes. Clearly. He is the IRL old ones. At least no more Demons of Chaos today. That's what you think, Karav, dear. Dang it, he banned Demons of Chaos versus Vampire counts. Okay. Let's play Slaanesh versus Vampire counts to start. You know, let's play Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves first. And I'll ban. Let's see, we're facing Wood Elves. Bleak Spire. Alright. Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Can we redeem ourselves? I got the sick rush build. I got the sick mega rush build. There's no way. There's no way he possibly survives this, right? Just, yeah, Tzeentch Corn Fury spam. Oh my gosh. We got the Fiends, which will trade into most of his cavalry decently. So there's something better I can do than Fiends. Fleshhounds trade into Wild Riders. Do they? I don't know about that one. Turin with his 300 BC memes. Ah, yeah, I love those ones. Alrighty. Wood Elves. They're a menace. Absolute menace of a faction. Now, Furies are not bad against them. He wants to play an Itza. Not a lot of places to run to. Very close quarters map. Do we overrun him immediately? I guess we'll have to see. What magic do I want to use, though? Do I want to use Occam's Mind Razor against Wood Elves? Do I need that in Mega Deeps? Or do I go with like Pendulum or a Pit of Shades or even the Lore of Slaanesh? I did consider running some sick Lore of Slaanesh shenanigans. Because it's... You can do it. You can run Pavane, you can run Lash and Acquiescence. Hysterical Frenzy is a single target buff. You can make it last 56 seconds. And increases melee attack. So, like, why am I running Lore of Shadows? If the speed buff doesn't even matter that much, right? If we're mostly using Locus of Swiftness. Let's see here. Yeah, this ain't too bad. Blissful Rapture lasts 10 seconds. It's not a very long time. It's true with turn speed. Turn speed is pretty high. Would I rather have Pavane, though? Pavane of Slaanesh? Pavane's pretty high. I will say, it is, mildly terrifying. Thinking about having to rush the Wood Elves. Because they do have a tiny little forest on this map. Most of my units have Strider, though, so it doesn't matter too much. But yeah. All right. I think blues and pinks are probably not the worst here, though they run the risk of getting shot into oblivion if you're not careful. What I'm kind of wondering is if flesh hounds are worth using at all over seekers. They don't got the deeps, although you don't really need armor piercing of the seekers. They technically have a higher charge bonus too. Impressive. Very impressive. Is he gonna Durthu blob me? What are the odds that we get a foul Durthu blob? That would be pretty jokes. He can certainly kill my Furies quickly. I guess I do need to prepare for it, don't I? Yeah, I should prepare for like just a filthy, filthy Durthu blob. There we go. I think we're ready. Yeah, it's just an excuse to play more Demons of Chaos. Here we go. Here we go. So can we finally defeat the Wood Elves with Demons of Chaos? This is generally thought of as a bad matchup. I think Durthu Blob would be very smart. I think that's the first and foremost thing that I gotta worry about. Because if he just hard blobs it, if he just goes for the big blob, it's kind of rough. So I kind of brought the usual build, right? The Furies will get massacred. Looks like he has 15 units though, so it can't really be a Durthu blob. He's just too expensive for that, right? I think we just bum rush him. Maybe go for a bit of a flank even. I think I'll go for a flank. Force him to reposition. I do have some blues and pinks. They can get a lot of work done against Wood Elves. Magic damage missiles. Chonk through them. Wood Elves are like the OG demons. Physical resist, low armor. Otherwise, we're just full rushing. Lots of Tzeentch Furies. Lots and lots of Tzeentch Furies. And we're going a bit Slaaneshi today. So Lash of Slaanesh and Acquiescence. Just to break his infantry line so we can charge him unbraced. Acquiescence should be good because it also slows. It seems like he has just gone for a normal Glade Guard build. Okay. Now, his caster is... the whereabouts is unknown to me right now, so... we gotta make sure that they don't have, like, some crazy flock of Doomcaster just chilling in the trees, right? That should be fairly doable. And then what? Do I want to spam missiles or what? Or where's your caster at? Is that an Arrows of Kurnos? It is. Okay. So just gonna see where they at. You get Arrows of Kurnos, my little guy here. They gotta be somewhere, right? Is it just a flock of Doomer in the forest? You gonna cast that Arrows of Kurnos anytime soon? It's a branch race with Melkos. Okay. That's actually rather chill. So all we gotta do then is get into position. And then get ready for the overwhelm. Prepare thyselves, for you are about to be attacked, good sir. And so the envelopment begins. So there's the Locus of Swiftness. He nets one of my guys down. We're gonna fully collapse in on all possible directions. Then we're going to acquiesce these guys so that they are a little bit weaker. Send in the fiends. Get a debuff. Send in these fiends. Get some more Furies. And the power of the speed demon invested in us will certainly get the win now. That's a bloody massacre and a half, ain't it? It's a bloody massacre in here. Holy crap. That's a lot of routes. That's a lot of routes. Very nice. Now, it ain't over yet. We're still stuck in a mosh pit against a million spears. So we gotta kill them first and foremost. This buff will do, though. Already routed off his branch rate. That's good. Many of his units here are going down. But I gotta keep away from them dryads mostly. I can do that. I think we'll be okay. Maybe I can route these guys off, actually. Do I have another acquiescence? I do. Sick. Yeah, I just want to debuff them, you know? I just want to debuff them. Yeah, there we go. And buff up my own units. Give them that insane melee attack that just makes them so powerful. There we go. I think he had too many ranged. I think he had way too many ranged units. If we disengage now and make it out without losing too much stuff, I think we're good. Almost, I should have waited for the speed buff actually for the disengage, but I'm sure it's fine. It's all infantry. Stuck with basically only a bunch of melee guys now. This lady just has to escape is all, and then we're good. Wild Rider's got nothing on us. We bully this Glade Lord? Maybe. If we're lucky. I think we bring in some pinks now. Start bullying them. And then we go for another fat charge. Why don't we? That should do pretty well. Because we have that melee attack boost. The melee attack boost is sick. Should be able to crush everything. Assuming we play this out right. Can we get a route? I need that route, man. I need that route. Unfortunately, no good sources of terror really make this a little sus. Got one of the routes, okay. I don't have a melee boost either. I'm gonna wait for these dryads to break and then maybe I'll just disengage now. Overall, still a bit of a sketchy fight, right? There's still a lot of spears here. I do have all my fiends alive, but far from over this battle is. Especially with this lady getting so caught up in the muck of it all. But I think we're still doing fine. We got the disengage, right? We're gonna be able to kill off his little spear guys here. And a couple wild riders are not going to be able to contest these blues or pinks. Plus, little motorbike guy is hype. He can bully infantry. Dang, he's really going for it. Okay. A little surprising. But he really wants to go for that fight against the pinks. I'm pretty sure pinks are quite hardy. I think they hold. But we'll see. Arrows of Kurnos going wild. Okay. Yeah, well, I think we just countercharge them. We'll see how that one turns out. I do have my sword ability to net fools down. Okay. Let's get the Zinch Furies in. I think we want to kill his caster first. I'm gonna get the Furies on the Wild Riders. Definitely want to just charge him. Come on, where's my lord at? Oh, he's busy fighting this lady, I see. Can we get a net? Looks like we can. Wondrous. Oh no, we actually whiffed on the net. Well, I can get the melee attack boost. And another melee attack boost. Definitely quite the tussle. The fight goes on. It ain't over just yet. I think we are certainly at a good advantage, especially with all these routes coming on in. But it ain't over yet. The only thing keeping me kicking is all these fiends and the fact that his lord is very much so surrounded. But I think the buff stack and the crazy amounts of melee attack that we're getting here is going to get it done. His lord is certainly starting to get low. Do I have any magic left? I think she's kind of getting worked on. Can I get a lord kill anytime soon? I swear, I've been trying to kill his lord for ages here. Come on. Come on, lady. Just die. Just die. It would make my life so much easier. So much simpler. Okay, yeah, there we go. So she can get hunted down very easily now. This lady has 100 speed. She's a beast. And there's the nasty fiend charge. I think we've done it. I think we've actually done it. I'm starting to feel like his forces are running out here. Especially with the little fighty guy over here. Herald of Cornus height. Pinks are shooting. Point is getting captured. After a very long tussle, we've done it. Nice. Very nice. Woo. That's a good one. That's a very good one. I needed that. Demons of Chaos can actually tussle. I'm surprised his lord held out so long. Yeah, but... Thank you, Jazzy McFunk. Dang. Definitely 5 range is kind of absurd, though. That's kind of crazy. I don't know why you're running 5 range units. I guess, like, most demons would just spam blues and pinks, though. All right. Furious did pretty good. Very nice. Let's see here. How'd the fiends do? Dude, the fiends were sick. Love them. Vampire counts first, Slanesh next. He bans Bleak Spire Labor Camp. He's vampire counts. Let's play Jade. Alright, Jade Tomb. And I get to play Slanesh. Woo! Wrong army blocker, 1 second. Alright. Do I have a Slanesh vs Vampire Counts build saved? Oh, sick, I do. Okay. I don't have to think about it too much. Is this actually a good build versus Vampire Counts? Kind of looking at it like, it's probably good enough. Let's do it! Average ent build is 8 range units. Nowadays, it's mostly 8 cavalry units. Dang, though. He got so rushed down that game. That was crazy. I think that Demons of Chaos build, it moves at Slanesh speed in the initial engagement. So mass ranged and mass kite shouldn't work against it. Does that mean that you just spam melee and then you just try not getting shot to death? That doesn't feel great. I think the best way to beat the build is probably just like win the cav game. So like I think any faction with strong cavalry, like Batonia, Kislev, and the likes, I think they would probably be fine just cav maxing Demons of Chaos. Because I have the hardest time against just raw cav maxing. And Slayers. I guess mass Slayers is also kind of annoying to deal with. Bloated Corpse. Yeah, win versus Maximillionaire. That's a good one. For sure, for sure. Who else is playing today? Ooh, we got Danican. I think Chark said he was going to play on Friday, so that's exciting. You think we'll face Daniken's Dark Elves with Demons of Chaos? I want to rush his Dark Elves down. It sounds like it'd be hilarious. Going to bring a Mammoth? I was thinking I kind of want to play some Norska today. They're a faction that I should just learn. Same with Ogre Kingdoms. So maybe I'll go like Ogres, Norska, Demons of Chaos. Are we going to do any more best of 9 streams? Well, I got to contact some players for it. It's been on the back of my mind though. Like I've been wanting to. It's just the organizing. And I already got a bunch of tournament streams lined up today. But I think next week I would be quite interested in playing at best of 9. Maybe against Daniken again. Daniken's been playing in a lot of tournaments, so that means he's pretty active. I would want to rematch Charix, but he seems like he's more busy, right? He would be playing tournaments. So we'll stick with Daniken first. Message Charix later. Ooh, another one, or one versus own goal, yeah. That's true. You know, I'll message him right now. Own goal. Hey, hey. Interested in a best of 9 show match next week? Question mark. Should be good. Alright, what we got? So we got a bunch of guys. We got a bunch of dudes. We got Nakari. We got Forsaken. The name of the game is to not get every time I play Slaanesh, I tend to get overconfident and take fights that are inefficient. Slaanesh is great at fighting, but they're even better if you can wait a bit, you know? I feel like Slaanesh can appreciate a little bit of patience before you really dig in, right? Anyways. What we got? Is that a Manfred? With the leech. He got the leech. We got some Scab's Grath. We have a Unholy Lodestone. That's the healing one. And another Unholy Lodestone. Okay. Nothing too crazy. So Nakari can't duel all 3 of these guys, but that's why I have the Marquis of Masochism. It's either that or I just bog them down in my infantry tide forever. Keep it from the foe. So we want to harass the Unholy Lodestone. I got some big killers. Bringers of Bagalamit shred Graveguard like no one's business. So that'll be quite fun. Does he have a zombie summon? He does. Can I bait up a zombie summon? Preferably we bait it out. Get a little bit of poke. A little bit of hokey poke. This is mostly an infantry corps, so Bringers of Beguilement is not bad. Can we, can't get a shot at Manny just yet. Maybe a little bit of peppering. Sure, sure. But yeah, we mostly just want to play, you know, super annoying, right? Just kind of sit on the edges. Enjoy the fact that we have a double cap and all that. And just kind of chill, right? We got Forsaken to clear out zombies. We know they'll be great. He only has the 1 Crypt Horror unit. Not a big deal. As long as we get the rear charges, I'm pretty happy. We pull away from these dudes. And just kind of harass, don't we? He gets a pretty nice Spirit Leech on me. And he's going to be moving on in to try and bully my lordy. As long as they don't take too much heat, we're okay. As long as we keep taking these great fights. Pretty happy. Even killed off a whole zombie right off the bat. That's nice. Zombies are very important to his build. So getting them all crumbled and murdered is nice. Kinda needs them. to tank and all that. We get another pretty decent volley here. Forsaken look like they're doing pretty good. Nakari's just kind of chilling. Should be able to catch yet more zombies. And, you know, anytime the Graveguard show up, we just run away from them. Now, anytime Graveguard or Crypt Horror show up, just, yeah, just pull back. Gets another Spirit Leech on Nakari. Which, while decently damaging, it's not that bad. Nakari's a beast. And we still have a double cap. Very nice indeed. Just pull away. And this dancing on 2 capture points is really good for us. It's very nice. Oh, a little zombie summon there. Smart. Okay, got more Forsaken though. So Conic Sign Stalkers we should be able to kill. The Graveguard here, again, bloody massacred. We want to dodge the Scab Scrat that is surely coming. So we just pull away from there. Maybe catch out the flanks. We got another kill in the distance. That's good. But yeah, we're just, you know, we're just poking and prodding. Being as annoying as humanly possible, really. We could bring in the Marquis of Masochism. I don't think it's really needed just yet. I think we actually want more Exalted Demonettes. Just be more annoying, you know? Forsaken can catch out some zombies that are out of position. He did rout off the Mirror Guard. Very unfortunate. But I do still have that double cap. Look at that. Nakari's getting work done. And then I can kill off these zombies to heal up Nakari to make the Spirit Leeches kind of useless. Because with Nakari healing up, it's going to be a big problem. It means Nakari's basically going to be unkillable here, right? That was a good Mirror Guard snipe. That zombie summon was actually very cost effective. Maximilianaire knows how to play vampire counts. Can he actually kill me with the Graveguard here? So I got the double Fury to bully the Graveguard. We know that'll be amazing. So Nakari is about to heal because the unit just died near him. And then a couple of units in the distance there, they're not a problem. The Crypt Horrors, though, they might be a little bit more of an issue. One thing we can do, though, because we've already killed so much, I can just aggro them onto my Horsemen. And then we can play Catch Me If You Can. And that's going to suck for the Crypt Horrors because he needed them here. But Slaanesh has army abilities. And it turns out army abilities are pretty good. Especially when they're effectively free. So we're just going to be cooking here. If we can kill off these Graveguard, I'm happy. Let's debuff them to really make sure that they're just dead. And then at some point I got to disengage off this point. Crypt Horrors dying though is nice. Do I want the Marquis of Masochism though? I think Nakari's certainly taking a little bit of damage. I might want to disengage from this actually. Yeah, I think we just disengage from that. Take a fight here instead. Most of his forces are all the way over here. Take this one, I think we'll be okay. Trading wise, like he's up in trading. But if I can just wear him down enough, then we should still be okay. There's another Spirit Leech on Nakari. Hopefully we can get here in time to heal off those zombies. I am very tempted to just bring in the Marquis of Masochism now. If I can steal this back point, I think we'll be okay though. So there's Nakari. Nakari will heal. We can start cycle charging these guys because we get double the charge bonus for that. Beautiful heal. Very nice. We want to remove control off of these guys. Hopefully we can murder them. He gets a little bit of a zombie summon. Not a big deal at all. Surprised those Crypt Horrors actually did survive though. That's kind of spooky. And there's the Mortis Engine now. Okay. So Mortis Engine, I think we're just going to stop its movement for now. I will say it's a little sketchy, right? Like I don't want this Mortis Engine just coming in here and ending me. That would be very bad. What we can do is we can keep healing Nakari and just taking a bunch of fights like here. Alright, he's a little exposed over there. I can probably pressure this far capture point. If we can just sit on a high amount of capture points for a long time, I think we're still okay. Crypt Ghouls got nothing on our Demonettes. Very nice. And yeah, you know, I don't need a marquee. I don't need a marquee. I just want to capture points. Exalted Demonettes are great for capturing points. They'll do amazing. We have a ton of horsemen here. Vampire Count's capture weight is not nearly as strong as it used to be. So this should get us there fairly nicely. We steal the point, and then hopefully everything goes well from there. We do actually have to capture it, though, and avoid the Mortis engine. So as soon as I take the point, I'm probably desummoning my horsemen, because we do have to kill that Mortis engine, right? He strategically summoned it in late.
We are in agreement.
We countercharge the doggos. Doggos hate getting countercharged.
You have the foe's victory point.
Here we go. We got the capture point. Any way I can distract the Mortis engine, though? It's such a pain. Such a pain. I don't think I can. I think it's getting in there whether I like it or not. A little unfortunate. Having the capture point's nice, but will it be enough? So we're gonna have to disengage. We do lose some Demonettes. I have money to spend, though. This has been a pretty slow grind type of game. I just gotta secure another point at some point here. So I can actually desummon my horsemen now. I think we do really want to bully that Mortis.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
We're gonna hunker down on one point, and then we'll see what we can do from there. So like Marquis of Masochism will be nice, so I can actually start dueling his single entities and such. Caught off a Marauder. Mildly painful. This could very well go south for me if I am unable to kill the Mortis. This is a very close quarters map too. Lost my Exalted Demonettes. A little sus. A little sus, actually. Now, one thing we can do, right? We can aggro the Mortis. It's gonna cost a lot of my abilities here, but maybe this works. Maybe this works with the Nikarian here. We sure got Manfred low. Jeez Louise, he did not like that. Okay. Marquis of Masochism's in here. They can net down his forces. No micro for you, good sir. And then we bring in the horsemen. And then hopefully we can kill this thing. It's a little sus, right? It's actually at really high HP, and you got a great scab scrat there. If my horsemen don't kill this thing, it's pretty over, I think. Honestly, very well played game. Is there any way you can win this fight? Or is Nikari dying? I think we're taking too much damage from the crypt horrors. Dang! Look at that. Yeah, Manfred got slapped pretty hard, but the Marquis got counter-slapped very badly. Dang! Alright. Yeah, I think I do have to, desummon my horsemen a bit sooner. Otherwise, that Mortis is gonna cook me up.
One of your units has been destroyed.
The Kari should live at least. Okay. I should be able to kill the Mortis engine too. It's a zombie summon. Here we go. If we can kill this thing, we're good. Because then the Kari can heal. If he has the magic though, I'm dead. But let's see what we can get done. The Kari just has to steal the HP off the Mortis.
No one faster.
He's force pathing to Nikari. Gets the Spirit Leech off. Okay.
Attack.
Can I get the heal?
Glorious.
Come on. Okay, there's a heal. Oh, but Nikari dies.
Has slain our lord.
Dang. All right. Yeah, I think he won. I should have. Yeah. I think the horsemen are better served. in the later stage. You want to summon them in specifically to counter the Mortis. Otherwise, you should just have mostly other stuff. Did you well played? Did you well played? Dang, alright. 1-1. I think our next game is also Slaanesh. Versus Coast. Ooh. Alright, I did have a build save for that. But yeah, I think if you just swap these guys and go for a more melee focused build, I think you will be fine. I don't even think you need the Marauders to capture weight. I think you just want to have a ton of Forsaken. Let's see here. I think you just want a ton of Forsaken. Do you need Hellstriders? Okay, Hellstriders are good here, right? Because they can kill off the super annoying guys. And Nakari's good. I don't even think you really need Nakari, though. I think you're probably fine with the Keeper of Secrets. With the lore of Slaanesh. So you run the Pavane. You run the Pavane because it's good. And then I think you mostly play Keep Away. Like, I think the single entity fight actually just did not go very well. So, yeah, you take Seductive Glory to draw units away. It's also a nice debuff. And I think the cost savings you get on this is just so much better. Then you have your Hellstriders. And then, let's see here, 50 gold off. How do you get the money expenditure just right? Anyways, I think this is close. This is better. I think the Horsemen should be in reserve. Slaanesh versus Vampire Counts. Alright, so I guess I'll ban Itza. I'll ban Itza for the last match. Alright. Can we beat Vampire Coast, or is Maximillionaire gonna win it? Last time he won with some big Crabos. But we've adapted our build. I should be much more prepared this time. Still wants to play on Jade Tomb, okay. Interesting. Against Coast, this build should be pretty decent. Vampire Coast is favored into Slaanesh and Ogres. I feel like the Ogres one I'm more comfortable with, but I can see how it can be favored, even if I am more comfortable. Coast is still TBD in my books, because I think it just hasn't really been investigated fully. I'm interested to see what he decides to bring, though. Let's see here. Yeah, it should be good enough. What's going on here? Is this good? Let's see. I will say it is it gets a little sus now that he's won all the marbles. Slaanesh versus Coast. Slaanesh again. Yeah, the way the pick and ban system works, you can't actually end up playing the same faction multiple times. I quite like it, because for some people that don't know many factions, you technically only need to know 2 factions to play this format, if you do your picks and bans correctly. Anyways, I feel like this is pretty good against Coast. So this is game 3. Slaanesh versus Coast. Here we go. Keeping 4. Yeah, so I was thinking the Horsemen would be really good for just capturing points, which is why I didn't desummon them right away. But yeah, desummon would have done wonders for them. Game 3 though, good practice. Also, yeah, Chosen would die. You saw how badly the zombies stopped my mirror guard. Can't be having that happen. Alright, same map. This time we are much more resistant to Crabbo builds, which he took last time against me in this matchup. Pretty good luck, have fun. Seems like Vampire Coast is leaning more towards the Crabbos. Which is why we have Nakari. Because if we're fighting a giant crab, I want to be able to actually murder the thing. Seems like he did. With a Noctilus on a Necrofex. Wowza. Now that's an old school pick that we haven't seen in ages, man. Alright. Necrofex Colossus Noctilus. Okay. He has a lot of halberds. Gonna get a little bit of a dodge. Doesn't actually hit for that much. Okay. A little sad to see. I think Fiends will be amazing here. We're gonna go hard on them. And then we can camp his backfield with all these Hellstriders. How is he targeting this one?
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Whoop. Got a little shot up by the Crabbos while maneuvering. So we know the Crabbos, absolutely, they will win melee engagements. If I can just avoid them, I'll be fine. That's the name of the game. Noctilus doesn't do that much damage to Hellstriders. I don't think I have to worry about him, but we'll see. If I just camp his backfield, I think we're okay. I can actually just hide all the way here, and we should be fine. Oh, good shot. Good shot on the infantry. But yeah, we just want to spam mostly Fiends here. So Fiends will be great. They're good versus Crabs. Should be good versus Noctilus. I can even, I can maybe Pavane him forwards into a bad position. So there's a Moringal Haunter somewhere. I think he grouped it up with Noctilus by the looks of it. Okay. He's gonna move Noctilus here. Ah, there it is. Alright, so that's a free picking. Shotgun Crabs are actually pretty spooky though. He's going super hard on the Nakari kill. Tries to desummon his Haunter, but they're gonna go down. Well, Nakari takes a little bit of damage. He'll be able to heal up on that Haunter, so I ain't too worried. More Fiends. So this guy's just dead. Melee defense debuff will wreck him real bad. We have a double cap, and we want to mostly avoid the Crabbos. This is a 1,300 gold pick though. That's huge for us. The desperation trying to desummon him did not work. Unfortunately, when you summon in stealth units in this game, you can't still see them for a split second. It's kind of sad, but that's just how it is. So lots of Crabbos here. You can see him positioning well. He's not summoning anything, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, how do you want to take this fight? So he could fight here and then use Nakari to snipe Noctilus. That's an option. Certainly many a Crabbo here. Fiends are in though. Doing great. Do we want to just mosh pit this? I do still have 2 capture points. I don't have to take this fight. Yeah, I don't think I have to take this fight. I think we actually back it up and then go here instead. Give him a little bit of a loop around. This fight feels much safer to take. Yes, he does have the Regiment of Renowned Crab. But against this much killing power, think they still die. We'll see though. So here comes the big fight. It's all hands on deck here to just shred this force and to kill him before he can really do anything about it. So it really is all hands on deck. So maximum debuffs abound. Hikari's cooking well. He actually goes for a zombie summon, which doesn't amount to too much. Many of his guys are crumbling. And we're just kind of hounding these crabos here. Now, value trading wise, it is once again slightly down. Not the prettiest situation. Hikari's doing great though. Do I want to summon in Furies versus crabs? Horsemen. I guess we're summoning in horsemen. Sure. Should be able to kill off the Haunter pretty easily. Noctilus is pretty exposed too. That's good. Very nice. I'm just going to straight Pavane them again just to get them killed. I just want to get them out of here, you know. Because if they get spam healed, they could be really annoying. Nakari will heal up a ton. That's good. I am just going to silence Noctilus too. Because if he can't summon zombies all everywhere, then we're doing great. He has Mourngulls here, so I don't need to fight that. We're just going to chill here instead and let Nakari cook. A horseman can also bully Noctilus too, so I think we will be okay as long as we kill this guy. Here comes the horseman. There you go. Nakari's done his job. He's killed the crabos, and now he begins to heal from it. Very nice. Now Maximilian is going to be trying to snipe Nakari. Ain't the big issue for me. Because Nakari's fast. Literal speed demon over here. There is a debuff on Noctilus. Gonna move in with our horsemen, and now we go for the killing blow. Demonic killing blow activate. Noctilus should die from this. In theory, he has nothing that can really survive this. Not well enough anyways. And once he's down and the core leadership of the Vampire Coast is gone, then I think we're fine. So it looks like he will actually pull away and survive. Good on him. He will still have to escape the horseman though. It's another Crabo dying. And of course we can rampage him. Rampage is something that he will not be a fan of. Because you see these fiends. If we can just jump them, we're good. Hikari's killing more crabs. That's nice. Value trading is in our favor now. That's good. Very nice. Get them, fiends. Beat them up. Noctilus is certainly a raid boss. But he's spending a lot of magic now just to keep the man alive. Will he go down, though? Will he go down? So he's out of Pavane range. Can we get it? Okay, so we got the Pavane. We got the Pavane. Nice. I do have some fiends here left over from the main fight. So we can send the Furies just straight onto him now. And then hopefully that just kills him. Yeah, there you go. Noctilus running to his death, hopefully. Hikari should certainly speed boost here. Nice. We're going to use our fiends for the doggos, and then Hikari is just going to bully Noctilus once again. Now at fairly good HP too, Nakari should be able to actually finish the job. And Chaos Knights of Slaanesh will be really difficult cavalry for him to kill because he's lost all his Crabos. So there you go, Noctilus dies. Wondrous. We have our Chaos Knights. And just like that, it should be good unless Nakari dies. Of course, Nakari has pretty good healing anytime anything dies around him. And infantry support, but you never know in these games. Sometimes they'll just pop off. These here single entities. But I'm pretty sure Nakari's got it. Very nice. Huzzah! The Crabos did not cook. I will say Noctilus was a pretty crazy pick. And it was a close game. But Noctilus on his big boy thingamajig is... I feel like that's so sketchy, isn't it? Very susceptible to getting sniped, which is exactly what happened. Anyways, it should be a done deal. I don't have to worry about these dudes. Kari is just about heal cap too. Also, he did lose a Mourngull Haunter at the beginning. If he didn't lose the Mourngull Haunter, Noctilus could have stuck around for much longer. And that also would have been a pretty nasty win con, right? So let's not start feeling like this is a favored matchup for Slaanesh or anything. I think it's playable. But I don't really have much for the blob. For like the SE blob. He could take Noctilus on foot too. And then it's just like a million crabs, man. Just a million crabs that I have to fight. I could see him absolutely cooking me here if I'm not careful. It's like these guys are a menace. Absolute menace of a unit. Nakari though was clutch. I think Nakari was very clutch. Vigor's looking good. Let's rampage these fools. I think they kill my Chaos Knight, so we'll back them up. Yeah, I did kill a whole Mourngull Haunter at the beginning. That was like a game-throwing loss for my opponent, right? Like, imagine just a whole Mourngull Haunter just chilling, like... Could have gotten lots of value. Spooky! But we win. So let's go ahead and report that score. So that's 2-1. The first one was Chaos Demons against the forces of the Wood Elves, which was a bad matchup, so thank goodness we won that. The other one was Slaanesh versus Vampire Counts, which he won, despite that being a bad matchup for the Count. And then the last one was Slaanesh versus Vampire Coast, which I'm still undecided on. I could see how it's Coast favorite, though. Those crabs are a menace. Very nice, GG. All right. All right. Feels like Leviathan would cook way more than Necrofex here. He would need to sub out like... So like Noctilus is relatively cheap on his Necrofex. Also dang, 5k Nakari. Does Nakari have a... Yeah, he does have Soul Siphon. But Noctilus, putting him on a Necrofex only costs you 700 gold. So if you don't want to bring Silostra, right? Like, look at this. You can take him on a Necrofex with 2,100. Take a few other things. But if you take him on foot, you'd have to cut something to take the Rotting Leviathan. I also don't think this strat works on bigger maps, because these guys are relatively slow at only 45 speed. 45 speed is that slower than Ogre speed? Significantly. Yeah, so... You can kind of dance around the points and split them up, kind of like what we did there. If you can divide and conquer them, you're generally fine, but you have to kill the crabs fairly quickly. I was thinking maybe you do run Hysterical Frenzy just to plonk it on the Fiends to kill the crabs. Because Fiends have 36 melee attack, effective 41. The Coast Crabos, I can't believe I'm considering Hysterical Frenzy, but like, these guys have 48 melee defense. So your Fiends would be doing a lot more damage. The question is, will they actually kill them in the time it takes Hysterical Frenzy to cast? That I don't know. But I think buffing Fiends is actually a fairly good strategy, maybe. With a Mirror Guard worth the premium? I did not like the Mirror Guard that much. Though they were not terrible. They're good against the zombie spam. They don't have the low HP or Forsaken. But they lose to crabs. It's only there. Yeah, best of 3. That is what Bo3 stands for. So we finished round 1. And now we are up against Eldeno. Yo, yo. We're up. All right. This one should be good. I'm gonna see if I can get my Demons of Chaos against them. Force as many as we can. Nerf Fiends, Nerf Furies, Nerf Makari. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm totally fine balancing out the rosters. I think rosters should be more balanced. In theory, though, like, you know, you would... Every faction has their best unit, so you'd have to, like, adjust across the board. But I am overall down for it. Although Nakari is actually specifically good against undead factions. Does Slanesh need to be better versus undead factions? I don't know. You didn't win the counts game. But I think that's because I misplayed. I won the coast game, but I think that's because you misplayed. So I don't know. Let's see here. But yeah, I'm down for nerfing the strongest units of every faction and then buffing up the weaker ones. Mostly joking? Okay. His first one was Wood Elves. Terrifying. We can pick Betonia to counter Wood Elves. High Elves? Wood Elves and High Elves? He's begging me to go for Kislev. I wonder how the meta will shift with Slanesh having ranged. I don't think it will shift that much. Although it will make them disgusting versus vampire counts, right? Aside from that, I don't think it actually changes much because Slanesh is first and foremost a rush faction. And ranged really only works if you're not rushing. If you're playing a defensive style. Maybe if there's like some unholy ranged plus chosen build out there with Slanesh. And you play them like a weird armored ranged faction like dwarves. Maybe. His last faction was Zinch. Okay. Okay, so I will ban Kislev vs Zinch is probably fine. Betonia vs Wood Elves, High Elves, and Zinch is fine. But I gotta get rid of something. I'll get rid of I don't know, Betonia Zinch. I want to play Demons of Chaos into this. I want to play Demons of Chaos because we're practicing them. So if I gotta play them versus Wood Elves, High Elves, and Zinch, so be it. 3 Demons of Chaos games. We got 1 Demons of Chaos win so far. If I can get 2 more, that'd be great. Necrofex ROR against Core. Necrofex ROR range sucks. And Necrofex are just begging to get shot to death by Horsemen. Unless it kills Horsemen. I haven't tested it in ages. Slanesh does have tanky infantry. That's true. So you could take Slanesh with tanky infantry and range and just play a completely different playstyle. But like, I don't think Slanesh Chosen are like mind-blowing, right? It's a threat though. It's a good threat to have. But like, I don't think they're going to play a tanky frontline with guns better than like even Chaos Dwarves, you know? In fact, it's not even that meta. Like, no one's like, wow, get tanky infantry. Although it does mean Slanesh will be cheesed less. And that might be enough to get her done. So Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Demons of Chaos versus High Elves. Yeah, I think we just force 3 Demons of Chaos games. It's the faction I want to play. 3 Demons of Chaos games in a row. Here we go. The only matchup left to be banned is Betonia versus Wood Elves. And let me tell you, if he doesn't ban that one, he's insane. He would be absolutely absurd to not ban that one. Is Throt the Unclean more Slanesh or Nurgly? More Nurgly for sure, right? So Nakari is actually, what's it, stains me. Nakari's really good versus Undead because they have this ability. When an enemy unit is completely destroyed, Nakari heals for like 10% HP and resets his vigor. All right, nice. I've secured 3 Demons of Chaos matchups. This is perfect. I'll ban Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. I'll ban the... I don't really need to ban Edge of the Darkwood. Big map is nice for me, right? I'll ban Dunes. No, I'll ban... Dunes of Cain? I'll ban Dunes of Cain. Alright, so we are stuck. We either die or win by Demons of Chaos here. Can it be done? We're gonna need to play this one very solidly if we are to survive. The first one is up against Wood Elves, which I am doing all right against so far. He wants to play Edge of the Darkwood. Okay. Fine by me. And yeah, we just speed demon him to death, right? I think we just speed demon the man to death. There's nothing simpler than that. And then you just have like a little bit of something something for like a Durthu blob. A little something something for the Durthu blob. And then otherwise we're just speed demoning, right? Do I even need this? Probably. What else do I need? What else do I need? Seekers are so risky nowadays. It makes me so sad. Flesh hounds though, they're good. Nobody say toads. I'm not running toads against Wood Elves. I know somebody's tempted to type toads in. I don't think we have a Slaneshi Skaven. Skaven are generally not very chaos aligned anyways, though. They're more chaos adjacent than anything else. Alright, yeah, this should be a good enough build. I'm ready. What's he gonna bring? Beast of Nurgle, then? Mammoth false flag event. Okay, I was thinking I would want to play some Norska today. It just so happened that the opportunity's not showing up. I will get a mammoth in at some point. We all trend towards crabs. Or we all tend towards crabs. I think crabs are surprisingly strong now. The immune to flanking on the Leviathan really did wonders for it. Why bring toads when you can bring Uncle Furuncle? The Furunkmeister against Wood Elves. Toads are basically mini mammoths. Beautiful. I need this guy to load in. I can't read this chat. This is disgusting. I hope he brings too many range units. It's kind of jokes, right? If he brings too many range units, he gets rushed down. If he doesn't bring enough, I can spam blues and pinks. So he's kind of in a rough position, right? Maybe he brings 1 range unit. But isn't that pretty easy to just like Pavane, then it's gone? So you can't even do that. Maybe Demons of Chaos is good versus Wood Elves. If you can pull off the rush. Toad Dragon. Well, Toad Dragons are actually not on the Demons of Chaos roster, sadly. It's a headcanon that all Chaos Minor gods like the Horned Rat, Hasha, etc., are concentrated manifestations of the 4 Chaos powers. I feel like they feel distinct enough. They feel distinct enough. I don't know about that. I guess, like, yeah, there's a little bit of overlap, but like, okay, you can be like, ah, yes, Skaven is the Horned Rat is like Zinch plus Nurgle, but like, I don't know, it's and they don't ally enough either. Then again, Chaos doesn't really ally in general, except for the rare opportunities when they absolutely do. Or if they run the same strategy and put range in the reinforcements. Yeah, similar issue, right? So if they put range in the reinforcement, they will have too few ranged. If they start summoning in ranged, in theory, they die to Pavane. Like, I can summon in like 2 blues off the bat, and then Pavane one of their range units, and now they are getting shot to death. Which I did bring Pavane, by the way. So we're going the Pavane flavor of the Speed Demon build. Chaos with war wagons. I think Chaos joining with the Empire. It's kind of weird that Chaos doesn't have more technology, really. Can't you just corrupt some fools and then you're good? Like, I feel like Chaos should totally be able to corrupt some engineers and then have them just engineer some steam tanks of Chaos, right? Shouldn't that be simple? Anyways, similar build. So we got a speed buff, we have Tormentor Sword, we have Locus of Wrath, all very high DPS shenaniganry. I got Pavane, had some extra money, so one fiend got a little bit of a chevron. Nothing too crazy here. Summons involve a lot of blues and pinks to deal with the blob. And then otherwise, we have a million Furies. 6 Furies total. It's crazy. They have Chaos Dwarves. Are Chaos Dwarves better, though? I guess Death Shrieks and stuff are pretty good. Why don't they have guns? Why don't we have Chaos Warriors with blunderbusses? I guess they have fire and magic. Why gunpowder? But, like, come on, just give it to some Marauders, man. They'd love it. Flock of Doom. That's not good for my Furies. Okay, so I gotta play around Flock of Doom slightly, and he has a bunch of Glade Rider Hagbane tips. Now, it would certainly be a terrible mistake to get too close to Pavane here, because he will die. My Chaos Furies, they do have magic resist, actually. Oh, so they actually resist Flock of Doom fairly well. That's kind of jokes. That's kind of hilarious. Okay, I'll take that. So I want them to just get in range, right? And then we just blitz his face down. I have many a tool at my disposal here. Lots of speed. He gets a Flock of Doom on Fiends, which is actually not very cost effective. And if his character in the trees actually gets caught here, that would be really bad for him. That would be extraordinarily bad, but we'll see. Maybe he already evacuated with her. Just gonna prance around a little bit. I don't think he's sensed the danger yet of the situation. I believe we can just catch him out here because, yeah, look at that surround that's starting to be built up, right? Look at that surround. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This is a very spooky surround, ain't it? Just gonna go straight for the Pavane. He gets another Flock of Doom, yes. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. And they're all dead. All right, nice. So, yeah, it's that simple, it turns out. I did Pavane the wrong target, but it's okay. Absolute bloody massacre across the board. Did he actually just overcast twice? I think he overcast twice and the explosion actually hurt his lord a lot. That's unfortunate. Fiends. They can just get in there. We win this fight fairly well. And no Flock of Dooming will be killing my Furies today. They are quite chonky. I just gotta ignore the spears for as long as possible, more or less. If we can do that, we're good. There's the buff. There's the buff. Those are Blade Rider Hagbane tips. We will do the simple click them and then they're dead strategy. Yo, Corn Furies are actually so hyped, by the way. Corn Furies are so perfect because they don't die in the blob. So, like, it doesn't actually matter that he's Flock of Dooming them. Okay, yeah, he has 900 value, but, like, it's just not fast enough, right? His army's just dead. Times a million. All the cavalry's getting massacred. His skirmishers have been rampaged into me. And he actually... he summoned some Deepwood Scouts. Okay. I will happily face your Deepwood Scouts, good sir. For they do not cause me any fear whatsoever. He has... See, this is what I mean, right? Everybody loves kiting the Demons of Chaos. Everybody loves kiting the Demons of Chaos. Look at that speed boost. Notable speed difference right there. Ah, but he does have some spears in here. Okay. So we'll have to play a little careful around them. All my units got Strider, though, so they ain't suffering too much. Spears are simply not fast enough to really get in here. He does summon in the Wild Riders, though. So we will have to deal with them. I think my Lord should be fine here, and with the Furies getting in here, I think we'll be okay. Good route over there. Wild Riders, we can just beat up. We recharge the doggos. And this lady's a hunter, man. She doesn't have a lot of HP, but she can chase a caster around like no one's business. Very nice. Massive damage over there. Tries to save him, but it ain't gonna work. And this is just, yeah, too much ranged. Way too much ranged for his own good. Wild Rider's got deleted. You know who's dead next? His Lord. Absolutely, his Lord is dying. Whether to Pavane or something else, because I have a net coming on up. And the net is not going to do her any favors at all. There we go. So now she's rampaged. There's the melee attack boost. We'll just summon in more Furies. They're very good. Very nice. We'll get the pinks. We'll shoot there. Holy, she died fast. Okay, she actually died much faster than I thought she would. Terrifying. Bloody terrifying. And now my opponent is tabled. Huzzah. Just like that. Demons of Chaos are kind of hype. Because nobody would take... No one in their right mind would take this much ranged, right? Into a... into Slanesh. But the threats... The threat power is insane. That's another win for the Demons of Chaos. I love to see it. He started with 5 skirmishers. What a mad lad. Absolute mad lad plays. Okay. Yeah, the first surround on the Hagbane Tipso is so nice. If he just played super far back, he wouldn't have gotten a lot of damage off, but he could have possibly just surrounded them with infantry. Then maybe it could have been a little sus. Holy wild. Wild Hunters of Kurnos got clapped, apparently. I think I blocked their charge with Furies while they were trying to target Fiends. And then, yeah, none of these guys paid for themselves. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right, so the next matchup, what are we looking at? We gotta go for... I guess he picks. Ooh. Man, this is such a fun build. So you can actually just run Purveying. I don't even need Blissful Rapture, really. I can actually cut that. And go for like a, I can take Hysterical Frenzy. You know, I might just run Hysterical Frenzy. Although, it's like way too much magic. Does this guy have anything? Banner of Hellfire sucks. Okay, so he's going High Elves next. He could take Deadly Onslaught. I think Foe Seeker is actually best suited for him, though. Because, yeah. Then he can actually get into the fight. He'll have his own little mini speed boost. I could see that doing more than taking Hysterical Frenzy. Because I think I'm just spamming Purveying 24/7. Can the Blood Reaper also get on the motorcycle? The Blood Reaper? Like the Bloodthirster, or? Because that'd be pretty funny, a Bloodthirster on a motorbike. Because it's High Elves again. I'll ban Dunes of Cain again. Corn Demon Hero. Oh, yeah, I could put him on a motorbike. Motorbike slows him down and makes him way less good in melee, though. But it makes him buff up the troops fat more. I really don't know which one I prefer. Because I'm so scared he's just gonna die. Yeah, I lost one game to Maximillionaire. But if we win this one, we move up in the bracket. Alright, Dark Wood again. So, Wood Elves, like, High Elves are just a worse Wood Elves, right? Do I need to change literally anything about this build? I think Corn Furies are just hilarious. Then again, Tzeentch Furies would also be kind of hype. They would... Their shields also negate most of the Flock of Doom damage, but when the fighting's actually going, Corn Furies are better. They have a much lower chance of blobbing up. I don't think I need as many blues or pinks in my build. It's probably going to be a lot of Lothern Sea Guard and the like, right? You can take the Fireborn, which do die to fiends. That's not a problem. What can he bring? Well, what do they have that's different? You can spam single entities, but my single entity squad's actually kind of insane. Like, if he goes a single entity squad, I'm pretty sure he just dies horribly. Maybe I'm completely mistaken. And I would be happy to be completely mistaken. But skeptical I may be. Ooh, people recommending you campaigns, DB? Has anyone recommended an only war campaign? He loses, he only loses 2 speed on the throne. So he's not that much slower. He's just a slightly bigger target, better attack animations, healing in combat. But he has 20 melee defense. So, like, any surround on him is just gonna kill the guy. Just the fact that factions now have to hedge against chaos has made the factions so much stronger. Like Demons of Chaos. I think having a good rush build for Demons of Chaos is a huge bonus for them. Huge boon. Did I clear the single player campaign challenges channel on the Discord? Yeah, I think that was a long time ago. Not enough time to do everything I want, sadly. Watch him just go the same build against my same build. He's just gonna have like a bunch of skirmishers again. Surely he doesn't push so far forward with them though. But on this map, it doesn't matter where they are. I should be able to catch them with the speed boost and the paveining. There should be no escape. Though I should pavane the one in the middle, not the one on the edges, because the ones on the edges tend to get caught. Oh boy, he's ready. Oh boy, you ready? Triple motorbike. Just mass motorbike build. If only it's stacked and you could get like plus 24 melee attack. That would be pretty gross. I will say, out of all the buffs, melee attack buffs are probably the best. I think hysterical frenzy on fiends might also be a hidden strong tool, but I think pavane is still just better. Pretty sure it's just better. Got to do some adminning. All right. Here we go.
Deliver unto Slaanesh.
And we begin. All right. 12 units. 4, 4, 2. These 2 stealth units. Net of Amentok. Nice. Is that a Keepers of the Flame? Regiment of Renowned Phoenix Guard. Okay. So he still has 2 skirmishers. He has a net this time. He has Faw's Protection, which, let me tell you, is not going to do much versus our melee attack boost. It's a very mild melee defense increase. So goes capture point number 1. Summons in a couple of Reavers. Has a couple Archers. More Reavers. Just a bunch of Reaver spam. Okay. Overall, nothing too crazy. Just got to make sure I don't get caught up by the skirms. And then we're good. So we'll go over here. Ah, the no ranged build, I see. So these guys are relatively expensive, so I'll happily just kill them. 600 gold for 14 winds of magic. What's not to love? They're too far away to actually be supported by the main army, so they are effectively just full dead. He gets the net. It doesn't do anything. They're still dead. And then we're gonna take a forest fight here against his Reavers. That's not gonna be pretty for him. We're gonna chase these guys down with the Furies. And yeah, the net unfortunately was just a little badly timed. It's gonna hurt him pretty bad. There's that charge bonus. Very nice. There go his skirmishers. There goes all of his cavalry. And now his infantry is completely and utterly without support. I've gone thousands of gold worth of value off these trades for basically nothing. Now the Rangers will be able to get here and maybe capture my back point. But my opponent is on the fast track to getting completely army wiped. I am not particularly worried. We'll just leave one Fury to chase them off. Go ahead and capture the back point. And then, yeah, I guess we just get in one pink. The absolute menace to his entire build right now. A singular pink. Truly the horrors of Demons of Chaos will be the end of them. It's pretty jokes. It's pretty jokes just like getting a huge mobility lead and then just summoning in one range unit. Because now he's screwed. Now he's screwed, bro. Just pick off these guys. What are you gonna do? Steal one of my points? This is another 1,000 gold. Goodbye, Rangers. You have served well for your country. But unfortunately, your time has come. We have lost but a handful of units. Oh no, not the rear charge. They're gonna get rear charged by Seekers. You don't want that. So there we go. This is the Seeker Annihilation. Another net. But the net just doesn't last long enough. It's gonna last 11 seconds. It's already gone, man. It's already gone. Just like your Rangers. Oh. Oh, the devastation. I could summon in the Hellforge Bellows too. I don't think I need just the pink. I think the Hellforge Bellows will, I think that'll do great. Now he is starting to recapture one of the points. There they go though. Pinks with their first volley. 71 gold value. Pretty solid, pretty solid. We can defend them with the Furies just fine. I just gotta disengage with these guys so that we're not stuck blobbing on them for ages. Yeah, Fa is not protecting him. Definitely not protecting him. Is he gonna commit to this charge? That would be the worst idea ever. Oh, he even sets up a beautiful charge for my fiends there, going right through all of his guys. And we get in this guy. Melee attack boost. Anybody? A little bit of a net action. Nice. Just go in there and just clobber him. Then we bring in the big guns. Every demon life matters, guys. So we gotta disengage from this as soon as we can. There we go. So the cavalry's gone. I want to stay on spears. Then we just bring in the artillery piece. My lord is kind of caught though. That is mildly rough. He also doesn't have the mass I found to protect himself. Is he gonna die? Bro's gonna get mulched. Bro's getting cooked. Okay, I can counter Lord Snipe. It's fine. Whew. There's a big amount of value he got there. Okay, we got the cannon in though. His caster is not going to be able to fight my dude. So I think we're fine. It's kind of spooky though. I gotta be really careful with my lord. He's kind of asking to get murdered 24/7. Now he's going for my caster. What a guy. In the end, this blob fight should result in the death of his stuff here. Looks like she'll live. Pretty good shot. Pretty good shot. Lord somehow, some way is dying though. Come on, man. You're better than this. Okay, there you go. He is indeed better than this. He does manage to survive. So now we just got to protect my caster. And then we're good. I wasn't worried for a second. Did it not shoot? What was that fake shot? There we go. Oh, yeah, that's the value. All right. Aside from a mild sketchy business with my lord, this game was very one-sided. Huzzah! There's the full army wipe. Honestly, they're not even that great in melee with all the stuff we got going here. Brutal.
Unending glory is yours.
Nice. So next up is Navigator. Whew. That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. I think yeah, these guys, they just can't hold, man. Infantry in this game kind of sucks unless they are being supported. Because cavalry is brutal. Absolutely brutal. No minus 16 either. We lost. Nice. We got sub 100 losses. Nice, nice. Okay, solid. Not bad. So now we get to spectate the winner of these matches. That was he played what? He played Wood Elves, then he played High Elves versus Chaos Demons twice. Chaos Demons win. Increasing that win rate for Chaos Demons. Can we do it versus Navigator though? I have no idea. Navigator's kind of a menace. Yeah, 100 losses versus 900 losses. I think you really need... I think you have to Cav Max. I think if you don't Cav Max versus Demons, they will always catch you with that build, right? What's the gig today? We're doing a best of 3 format, which is way better for our general practice. Let's see here, because yeah, magic doesn't work against that build. Fiends have innate magic resist, being low entity, and Furies have literal magic resist at 35%. So you can't really use spells. In theory, you lose a blob fight because of the plus 40 melee attack, but I'm willing to be proven wrong there. Oh no, man, just kind of sus. Do I try against Navigator's Wood Elves though? Probably. I think we would beat Navigator's build. You were a little worried for the Lord there. I was worried for my Lord, even if we probably would have won anyways. The Chaos Mammoth Trunk is Nightmare Fuel? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Ready to eat your face. Alright, little break while we wait for this best of 3 to finish. So right now it's 0-0 between Navigator and Rogue AI. Whirling Maelstrom. Ooh, Britonia! Hell yeah! I love Britonia versus Lanesh. Let's see this. Navigator might teach me something about Slanesh here. Also, we got 3 wins, by the way, for the Demons of Chaos. Yes! Yo, Demons of Chaos is now better than 5 factions. I've elevated them to the same tier as Nurgle. Is that at all impressive? No, it's Nurgle. It's Nurgle. But in only 11 more wins, we will elevate them to the same tier as Beastmen, which is kind of insane. Am I actually going to change the meta with this challenge? Are people actually going to start running Speed Demons of Chaos? Speed Demons of Chaos? That would be pretty sick. If, like, we see a new Demons of Chaos meta because of this. But yeah, they are climbing the ranks now. I think, how do they do versus undead factions? I guess they have a bunch of options versus undead, right? So, like, you would go heavier Plague Bearer builds. Does anyone know what Demons of Chaos do versus Vampire Coast? That's a matchup I just don't know. Not enough Vampire Coast players out there. And Vampire Coast is just such a different faction, right? Like, if you know how to play versus High Elves, you know how to play versus Wood Elves. Vampire Coast is its own thing. It's counts with guns. Apparently, Demons of Chaos have a 33% win rate, but only 3 games have been played. That's kind of awkward. But yeah, can't you just spam blues and pinks though? Blues and pinks for the win, right? And Plague Bearers. Shouldn't that be good? Oh wait, no, they have mortars. Can you kill the mortars? Can you just kill the mortars with some spells? Maybe. Spells and Furies, maybe? Went to the dentist again. Oh boy. Don't you just rush coast normally? Not really. They're quite rush resistant, being undead and all. So you can just have a bunch of halberds that don't really care. Coast is a menace, man. There's a lot of HP to chunk through. You basically gotta shoot them to death for most factions. I think spamming a bunch of pinks is not bad, though. Fiends can kill Mourngulls and Crabos. I don't know, I don't think many people copy your builds because they seem hard to play. Yeah, I think a lot of my builds that get copied tend to be the easier varieties. Yeah, finally starting. Here we go. All right. Oh, what happened? Was there a crash? Did someone crash? Holy Royal Pegasus Knights. Okay, looks like it was a lag out crash. There we go. And we spectate. Alright. So what was that? Triple Pegasus Knight. Against Slanesh. I'm really interested to see what he has to bring here. He's gonna bring a Zazel? A Zazel? Okay, alright. Alright, I see what you're cooking up. He is small sized, so I guess Alberic would have a harder time hitting him. Alberic does have 52 melee attack though, right? So like, does it really change anything? Okay, but I can see the idea here though, right? So you bring Azazel, you bring Pavane, and then you just armor max. Did they see each other's builds? I think usually they would. I forgot to check them, but it's fine. Grail Knights. Okay, yeah, so this is very like standard, right? This is like, you know, Charik special. Now, I think if Bretonia miss micros here, high potential for some issues. He doesn't have a lot of armor piercing. So this is like this is a much slower Slaanesh playstyle. And I think it does lose to good enough cycle charging from cavalry, but maybe he'll do it well. Very interested to see how this goes. Because I really don't like taking heavy armored Slaanesh builds. Because they don't have anti-large. So I always feel like cavalry is just going to dumpster them. Found you through turn, your stream rocks. Thank you. Happy to hear. So lots of yeomen. Alberic and presumably a life caster in reserve. So the problem with Slaanesh here that they're trying to deal with is the fact that Knights Errant dumpster Hellstriders. Not only do they win the fight, they cost about the same. Oh, whoa. They cost about the same. So I'd be a little worried for these guys. Now they're still great if they outnumber enemy cavalry. But they'll be taking damage from the mounted yeomen. They get absolutely dumpstered by Royal Pegasus Knights. But they do have infantry support, which Knights Errant, they won't do as well against Chaos Warriors. So they have 160 mass. That is enough to make it where cavalry charges are not too painful. And of course, Azazel is very strong. Now, he has the same amount of HP as Alberic, roughly. And he does have generally better stats, right? Because Alberic can't really make use of his bonus versus large. Now, he does have a charge bonus for 83. And he is faster than Azazel. Kind of crazy that Alberic is such a speedy lord. So, if he bullies Azazel here with some regrowths, this could be some big trouble. Now, Pegasus Knights have to be careful. One Pavane and a Surround could end them. However, mobility strength generally goes in the way of Betonia. So Pavane is probably not too spooky. A capture on all fronts too. Dang, okay. Seeing mass captures abound. Triple cap doesn't matter too much. I think most Slaanesh vs Betonia games did not end up being a stall fest. Thank you, Dark Horse. Not needed, but thank you, thank you. Appreciated nonetheless. But what we got? So some Chaos Warriors are going on to the point. They're gonna capture it. A wee bit of lag. But like, what is Slaanesh gonna do? I will say the Pegasus Knights are a little far forwards. They don't have any support really, right? So like, it's very easy for them to get Pavane. If you look at Pavane, dang the lag though. If you look at Pavane, it's 10 seconds of damage and then 14 seconds of rampage. So in theory, Pavane will make you move forwards for 4 seconds. So if you can take the engagement there, it ain't too bad, right? So Pegasus Knight here, right? They could potentially get into a fight against the Warriors. Jesus, lag is atrocious though. Lag is getting bad. Peg keeps going. I'll drop. Looks like it's stabilized though. Hold, internet, hold. And we're back in. All right, so we got some Chaos Warriors. They've parked here. And now we get to see if these warriors actually cook, right? So with the mobility superiority play, Chaos Warriors are pretty bullied, right? You just rear charge them a ton. Already got like a little over 100 value. Just straight sending Alberic onto Azazel. Yeah, you can see Alberic, his charge bonus is insane. He also has heroic killing blow. The only thing Azazel can do is like rampage the fool and get him to land. It looks like no rampage. Azazel getting bullied. Oh my god, he's getting so bullied, man. Okay, yeah, so there's the land. Elegantly gliding onto the ground. Will we see a Bretonian land? With the Pegasus Knights, okay. And Alberic, so he resets his charge bonus. Which means he's basically guaranteed the hit. This is too fast, turning the stream to 0.5 speed. Yeah, this is getting this is real slow, man. It's real slow. Is it gonna stabilize again? Okay, he gets the pavane. I want to see how this fight goes, you know? So he gets the pavane. See a little bit of a charge on the Pegasus Knights. Seekers, pretty solid charge. If he kills all 3 Pegasus Knights here, it's basically done. You know, a lot of people say that when you're lagging, you can't micro. I think that's a complete myth. I've never had a hard time microing while it's laggy, but it is something you kind of have to get used to. But like, it's not like harder. You just have to know how to micro your units. But like, technically, it should be easier to micro when it's lagging. Although this is pretty bad. All right, we're just gonna let them play. We're just gonna let them play. I'm gonna cast some replays. Oh man, all right. Just in case we're the ones lagging it. There was a tournament I played. I played a turn tournament as Betonia. Yeah, it was the single army tournament. Yo, look at this sick Betonian build. We're gonna cast this instead. What's the next match? It's the winner of Navigator and Rogue AI. I'm pretty sure Slanesh loses there, but if he gets all his Pegasus Knights caught, then he's screwed. Yeah, so look at this. This Betonia build is hype. This is why cav maxing is great, even versus air builds. Because when they land, you just swarm them with a million cavalry, right? Look at that. It's disgusting, right? Betonia's so good not going elite cavalry. The Knights Errant are actually broken. The Knights Errant are so, like, they are 850 gold cavalry for the price of they're 850 gold cavalry for the price of 700. It's great. Versus dwarves, it's also amazing. Although it's not as amazing. I would not recommend taking this build versus dwarves because you have so much anti-large, but it was a single build tourney. How much better are Razor Gores versus Tuskor Chariots? I think they're basically the same. Chariots are chariots at the end of the day in my head. But some people will go for the more elite one just because it's just slightly stronger. It's a little bit more elite. Okay, yeah, dwarves are actually a menace. So cavalry charges do way less versus units that have over 150 mass. In this case, I just kind of bullied his cannons and captured points. You can kind of surround infantry, you know, to get rear charges. The Norgrimlings, though, they're just such menaces. Like, look at these guys. 79 melee defense. Absurd. His cannons even rally, but I'm parking these guys here just so I can't capture this point. But yeah, like, how does a cav max kill Norgrimlings? The answer is to kill everything around them first. And then spam a couple archers. Or you can use Alberic cycle charging. You can do decent damage versus infantry. Jeez, look at them go, though. This is why dwarves is good versus Betonia. But my opponent definitely spread out a bit too much, right? If he had a unit of slayers here to peel for them, I'd be so dead. Just still going, man. Another Ironbreaker here, though. They're getting shot by archers. And they finally get routed. Thank goodness. Honestly, Slayers and Ironbreakers, I think we're just dead, right? If it was just a pure Slayer Ironbreaker build. The miners are the miners are not nearly as bad. They have a mass of 150, so you can actually cav charge them. 250 mass though, and you have the same mass as, okay, maybe not the same mass as cavalry. They actually have quite a bit, 1,000 Gs. But the impacts, they just don't glide through anymore. But archers get the work done. If you want to win as Betonia, always have a couple archers to hammer into them. They're also really good versus slayers. And in this game, I just kind of won by stalling him out. That rear dive feels illegal. Where's a slayer call in to punish? He did summon one giant slayer, but when you have this much cavalry, unless you're parking it right on top of your artillery, it's gonna be rough. And if you leave them on your artillery, I'll just capture all the points. Still a little sus, right? He's starting to get onto the points, but we put the time pressure on him. Definitely not an optimal build, but you can kind of give them a run around. Oh, I also did summon in Grail Guardians. They are armor piercing, so they kind of do something versus dwarves. What else did I do? Oh yeah, and then there's just the disgusting ones. Let's see here. Dang, there were a lot of matches. So this one Turin cast, we just rushed them down. This one was fun though. I think Turin cast this one too. I think he did, but this one I want to show off because it really shows how good it is to avoid big single entities. If you can't kill them, avoid them forever. Also, this build is just bad versus cav maxing.
We have a victory
I think
point.
infantry builds are definitely way more risky than any other build in the game. If you don't have enough weight to stop cavalry. I think if it was Saurus, it would be less risky, but yeah, look at this. Look at this 6 surround. He just has nothing to brace against this, right? No Saurus spears, no nothing. So we get right in the cookie jar. We leave 2 knights here to die to the Shredder, to the Dread Saurian. And then just full collapse on everything. Searing Doom is not bad. But he only has 1 Cold Wind Spear Rider, which Alberic jumps on top of. These Knights Errant are 12 bonus versus large against them now. Croxagores are kind of a different issue, but like, look at that. It's a million skinks dead, and the Dread Saurian has 200 gold value. He has as much gold value as the Skink Cohort Javelin, because everywhere he goes, you just run away, right? Just run away from the Croxagores and just fight everything else. And then Alberic starts bullying his Lord to pull the Dread Saurian back into the center where he's not being useful. It gives more space for cavalry to just run everything off. Very good stuff. You do have to micro a lot of cavalry to get this to work. But if you have the APM for it, right? Look at that. It works pretty well. The Dread Saurian, only 600 gold value. And then at this point, after everything's dead, then you're good. You can like go Lord sniping. You can go point capturing. It's great. Although he does almost kill Alberic. He comes back with a vengeance though. Look at that. Forces the... Anytime it leaves, the toad is when we go in for him. Because then it forces it back always. Gets a Plague of Rust, which doesn't do much. And then Grail Guardian Surround. The sick Grail Guardian Surround. Aw, yeah.
Glorious.
Look at that.
I knew it.
I love watching, but playing multiplayer would make me cry. I do know that a lot of my builds, people do not like playing against them. Because generally I play builds that limit the options of what you can do. Okay, someone asked for a comeback game. I actually didn't have too many. They were all kind of bloody massacres. This one wasn't cast though. I think honestly the closest one was versus dwarves. Because dwarves have that armor, but that was about it. Ooh, nice. Danican made it to top 4. He's gonna face the winner of Pope Patty and Martin. I'm winning, or I'm not winning. I'm facing the winner of Big H and Navigator. But yeah, so this game versus Beastmen, this was pretty brutal. So they brought a giant in their build, which would be good versus many factions, but really bad versus mobility max. It's just the Dreadsorian all over again. So like, we not only do we get a few picks here on their flanks, but also this build is so slow that I can summon in a bunch of yeomen and just kind of bully them, right? So like, look at this. Bring in the archers, skirmish with the yeomen, and like, what are they gonna do, right? I think the only thing Beastmen can do is to push in and fight my archers, but look at the travel distance, right? They gotta go like 3 times further to get into this fight. Or they get shot by archers forever. A little bit of a misplay on my opponent. Goes for the flank summon. You always want to keep your army consolidated, unless you're going for the final stretch victory tickets. Okay, yeah, now look at this. Look at this difference. He either has to summon in and go all the way there, or I can summon in and defend like that. We're talking like a 1 minute difference. So that would be like what? I think like that's got to be like close to like 1,000 supply difference. Anyways, my archers completely blitz his Ungor raiders. My mounted yeomen completely blitz them. And standing and getting shot is not really viable unless you are warriors of chaos with shields fighting no AP. Because this just kind of wears down your infantry lines until the cavalry get into the range where they can just charge. So after he's all softened up by the arrow barrage, look at that cavalry charge, right? Alberic comes in, uses his wind blast to decrease their leadership, and then you instantly get a mass rout. And the great thing is, I don't even have to stay fighting here. I pull away. I pull away to continue shooting him to death. Look at that poor giant, man. He has 0 kills, 0 damage. He's done nothing so far. And then in this great blob fight, now we can afford to take a bit more of a crazy engagement because it's basically over at this point. Alberic's leadership debuff is insane. Mass surrounds, mass routing leads to more routing. And the match is over. Who needs a front line? As long as you can force your opponent to have to push into your bowman in your spawn zone, you generally don't need a front line, especially if they take a more infantry heavy build. I think Beastmen would do much better with, like, I don't know, man. You could technically take a Cygor to try and rush, though a Cygor can run into just getting shot to death by archers. It's a rough time. When's the next boss fight stream? Eventually. Eventually. Look at that Manfred. Spooky Manfred. Once Slanesh gets their range unit, I'm sure it will dumpster this, right? I think Slanesh with some crossbows against this? Holy moly. Unless Scabscrath dumpsters them. If Scabscrath dumpsters them, then we'll have to figure something out, but could be height. They gotta use Scabscraths on the Bringers of Beguilement and whatever range unit you have. If they're cheap enough, it doesn't matter either. So I guess there is that. So they're still facing off. Hopefully they're done soon. Is Danican starting his best of 3 yet? Not yet. Pope Patty and Martin are still fighting. Dang, must be very close. Anyone know, I think Navigator, I really wonder who won. I want to know their build so bad. Yeah, we should test out some of this. So Trizik actually sent me a quick test. He sent me a quick test on Slanesh. Okay, so take a look-see. Feast your eyes on this. So what if we're playing against Coast And we have 2 Lamprey's Revenge versus 2 Bringers of Beguilement. But 1 Bringer of Beguilement is getting Hysterical Frenzy. What difference does it make? Because Hysterical Frenzy scales really well with units that have high damage. And these ladies have the highest damage in the game. And can they cleave through infinity units? We'll see. So let's just give it a go, right? So Overcast Hysterical Frenzy, it makes it last longer. There's the buff. What's the difference? Honestly, not particularly impressive. It's 12 Winds of Magic. It's 12 Winds of Magic for... I guess. It's 12 wins for 3,000. It doesn't make them insta-give them, though. How does it fare with Fiends, then? Maybe Fiends is the way to go? I want Hysterical Frenzy to be good so bad. But if it's just always outclassed by Pavane, I don't know. How much better are... Oh, I already read that. Yeah, so there's a thing about skew builds in this game where you generally a lot of skew builds need you to skew 2 to counter them. So I don't really know how that goes. This is expert charge defense. This lasts a long time. Hysterical Frenzy. Not bad. Not bad. They still die, but they actually trade cost effectively. Dang, that's actually way better. Holy moly. Okay, that's a significant difference. That's 5,400 gold difference on Fiends. So are Fiends just the best unit for Hysterical Frenzy? That's not bad. That's not bad. So yeah, the Fiends will do a lot more damage. Interesting. They might not even get the charge defense. So let's say I'm flanking them this time. Let's say we flank them this time. Right? And they don't get the charge bonus because he's not always going to be braced against me. Then what we're looking at. So there's a Hysterical Frenzy. There's the fight. Dang, night and day. It's really about getting enough melee attack to punch through their insane melee defense. Holy night and day. Wow. Wowza. Holy night and day. Okay, yeah. I gotta tech that. That's so good. It's actually doing things. I know. Okay, see, that means if I am playing against Kosa Slanesh. Where is it at? Where's that build? Slanesh versus Vampire counts? No. Slanesh versus Vampire Coast. Yeah, I should find a way to slip this in. I also don't think, I don't need that much infantry. So the Crabos are gonna kill everything anyways. Do I just need capture weight? What do I want? What do I want? Forsaken are not bad versus Coast. I think I will run them. They're faster than Marauders by a lot. Like, Marauders are still good, but you don't want them to get caught by like Mourngulls and whatnot. the first buff spell to do something. Time to nerf Beastmen. Yo, Beastmen are actually in a pretty good place right now, though. Maybe a little weak. But, yeah, I think the buff spell on the monstrous units and giving them melee attack. I think Fiends are actually balanced by the fact that they have such low melee attack. But yeah, you can use this as a crab killer. 150. I can get one more Forsaken in. That's okay. And then I can cut. This is against Coast. The Marauder Horsemen, they don't feel amazing versus Coast. I don't need devoted Marauders, though. At least not those ones. Yeah, I think this build should be much better versus Coast. Okay, and then I also want to work on my Slanesh versus Vampire counts lineup. Slanesh versus Vampire counts. Yeah, this. So save the Horsemen to deal with the Mortis engine. Have just a normal Keeper of Secrets, I guess. Kari only has slightly more HP, and they'll regenerate. Like, I think the regeneration is nice. You ever figure out a Pegasus Knight counter for Demons of Chaos? Oh yeah, I should test that out too. Okay, like generally speaking, most people go for Nakari here. Man, that little squad of guys though is so annoying. Double White King on mounts. How do you kill him? I wish a Soul Grinder was better. Am I supposed to use Fiends? Just Fiend spam it? Do they have a counter to Fiends? Vampire counts, that is. It might not have much of a counter. It could do better than Hellstrider spam. Hellstriders can be kind of squishy sometimes. Fiends also got that debuff. Squeeze in a couple Fiends. And a Hellstrider. Maybe, because like I don't think they're going for. I don't think they're going for any. Like I think the Cav plays loose to that. But anyways, let's see. So one thing I wanted to see is potentially some Fury Micro to kill Pegasus Knights. So the idea I had cooking, right? So you have one Royal Pegasus, you have two Furies. Hysterical Frenzy doesn't do that much for them, sadly. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'll try it out. But it's only the one Fury that you'd be hitting, so probably not much. But what if you can dodge their charge? Crazy idea, I know, right? But if you laned with the Furies, can it dodge a charge from Pegasus Knights? Okay, actually, first things first, right? I need to control here. There's also, like, maybe they can get behind them. So, like, what if they're, like, netted, right? And then you go over here, and then right before the main engagement, you toggle flying off so that your Furies go underneath them, and then you raise around them, thus getting a massive surround on the Pegasus Knights. Holy crap, they do so much damage to Furies. Jeez, that didn't go well at all. What the crap? Okay. It looks sick though, right? It looks sick. It looks like it should do something, even though it doesn't. Okay, Daniken and Martin are facing off. But yeah, will this tech do any better? The fact that they weren't even charging and my Fury still died is a bad sign. But we'll see. Let me see this. Yeah, I don't know if this micro is paying off. Okay, so what if, right? So we charge the Furies in. We land with them. They whiff their charge. Okay, it does actually make them miss their charge if you land. That's kind of hype. That's some sick air micro tech. And somehow they did better. Somehow they did better than if they were AFK. All right, I don't know how that works. Interesting. Very interesting. So apparently if you AFK your Pegasus Knights, they'll do better? I don't know, man. What's going on? Yo, okay, actually, Trizik, you wanna hop in? You wanna hop into a lobby so we can actually see what the crap's going on? So there's the land, and then the surround. And the Furies clobber them. Okay, what's going on? Because they're clapping them right now, all right? It's not even close. All right, here we go. We gotta get Trizik in here. We gotta get Trizik in here. What the crap's going on? Okay, I want you to micro against my Furies like a normal player, okay? I want you to micro against me just like a normal player. What's going on? What's happening? Is this the secret Slanesh tech to defeat Bretonia? How are we hanging? I think we're figuring out maybe some insane Fury tech. Where if you're worried about getting charged, you can land with your Furies and then issue the attack command. And then somehow it makes them cook. It's kind of crazy, but let's see this. The flanker bonus? Yeah, but then why did the AFK guys do so much better? Why did AFK Pegasus Knights survive against Furies better? And then we have to try again with you, like, with you AFKing with your Pegasus Knights. Because that'd be pretty jokes if the solution to defeat Furies is to do nothing. But this would be really good for Pavane. Because Pavane is going to force them to charge. But yeah, as I was falling asleep last night, I had this thought. I had the thought that you can actually kill Pegasus Knights this way. So we land. They whiff on their charge. And then we get a nice charge. Now this time he did get some pretty good charge damage. Look at that charge bonus kicking in though. Some of them actually landed, which is kind of screwing with them too. Wait, yo, is this the hidden tech? Is this the forbidden tech? You just use 2 Furies and you just get a weird janky surround. Yo, okay, wait. We gotta retry now. That was with ward save. Wait, are those Royal Pegasus Knights? They should be Royal Pegasus Knights. But try the same thing but AFK. Okay, we need Royals. Because I think, well, it's still good that we can kill Pegasus Knights though. But they don't have the magic damage. Okay, you took the wrong knights. We'll Okay, and then after this test, we got our match. Try it, but give him a melee buff. Yo, if we can do this buff list though, that's hype. Bretonia is one of the only problematic factions here. I take it they lose if you just charge normally. Yeah, Furies. I think you need like a 3v1. Okay, yeah. So just so these are Royal Pegasus Knights. So if we land and then get that surround, it looks pretty good. So they still get their charge in, but my Furies also get. They also get a counter charge. Seems like Royal Pegasus Knights. Yeah, not nearly as decisive, right? Can I land again? And then charge again? What if I do it like this? The idea is I'm just trying to get surrounds on them. Obviously, there'll be like regrowths and such, but this is still significantly cheaper. That didn't feel nearly as well. Okay, wait, let's re one more time. I think maybe the AI is just doing it wrong. The AI might just be horrifically microing as it does. I think if I stack my Furies, they might be able to do well. The problem right now is he's still getting that charge off, which is not good for me. Yeah, the Fury's kind of stacked on the side. So what if I like group them? Okay, so like what if I group them like this? Make it super hard to tell which one you're actually gonna be fighting. Alright, so we do this. We land relatively early. And then we do this. That actually negated his charge fairly well that time. So I think you want to land slightly earlier to really get underneath them. And then go for the surround. That actually kind of cooks. Kind of cooks really well. With the Pavane, they're just dead. Man, that's crazy. That's some crazy tech. So you want to land. You want to land with your Furies. Air battles have just gotten another layer. Interesting. All right, anyways, we got to get Navigator in here. So, all right. So we're gonna naturally go Demons of Chaos first. Air Micro, new tech just unlocked, yeah. Slaanesh! He wants to play Slaanesh. Okay, I guess we're just going Slaanesh counters then. Is he gonna go Slaanesh Betonia? Slaanesh Chaos Dwarves. Interesting. I kind of want to try my Betonia versus Slaanesh. Betonia is probably decent versus Chaos Dwarves? Okay, interesting. So you went Slaanesh, Chaos Dwarves, and Tzeentch. I went Betonia, Wood Elves, and Demons of Chaos. Who's top bracket? I'm top bracket. I'll ban Wood Elves versus Tzeentch, maybe? Ban Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. We're gonna see if we can beat Navigator with just pure, raw Demons of Chaos value. And before Betonia brings Heavencaster just to debuff the Furies. That would be expensive. No more healing for Alberic. Not that he really needs it, though. I do think Regrowth is probably better, but who knows? We just opened a whole oyster of possibilities. So you just stack your Furies, land them, and then charge them. And then apparently that makes them do better in air fights. Which, I wonder if that helps versus, like, the Plague Drones. Because Furies take a lot of impact damage from charges. Like, they really don't like getting charged. As a micro hater, I hate it. But as an appreciator of weird mechanical techs, I tip my hat to you. I'm happy to hear. He bans Betonia versus Zinch. He bans Slanesh versus Demons of Chaos. Really? Banning that one? Isn't Slanesh supposed to be good? Alright. Well, I have Wood Elves versus Slanesh. Betonia versus Slanesh. I guess we'll just ban Betonia Chaos Dwarves. And then Wood Elves Chaos Dwarves is like good for me, right? Demons of Chaos versus Zinch. We got the Knights. We got the Doom Knights. But what if I can secret tech them? So I'm leaving 2 Demons of Chaos matchups open versus Chaos Dwarves and Zinch. If he really wants to, he can force both of them. He could be feeling real confident about Demons of Chaos versus Zinch. But we'll see. Can it work in reverse to get us surround with Betonian Cav? Both people are just landing with their cavalry. I don't even know what happens if they both try to land. It's such a weird tech. Can you land and get the charge off because you're both at roughly the same level? I don't know. Are you playing like landing chicken? The Furies don't need the charge bonus as much though, but I think you do still get the charge. No matter what if you land. So maybe both sides are encouraged to try landing first. Furies get the devastating flanker, yeah. Dang, he banned 2 Demons of Chaos matchups. Alright. Okay. Let's play Demons of Chaos versus Zinch first. And I'll ban playing versus Zinch. Imp ambush. Sure. Starting it off strong with the Demons of Chaos. Gotta get their win rate up, right? And we're playing against Zinch. The Dread Zinch. So interesting. Very interesting. He will have halberds, most likely. He can have a lot of blues, a lot of pinks. He will have pretty nasty cavalry too, so my fiends actually have to be a little wary of that. There's certainly potential there for some pain and suffering. Let's see here. There's some real spooky cavalry. They're generally pretty expensive though, so I think we're fine, but okay, he wants to play in Crystal Lake, a nice wide open map. He's playing Zinch. He's probably gonna have a big bird. It's almost guaranteed. The problem is if he goes for like a halberd box, I don't have a ton of tools. In my baseline build at least, right? Like blues and pinks also just don't really cook them super hard. So it's something to consider. Just a bunch of halberds could certainly ruin our day. I think, you know, this is probably still good. He could have final transmutation, right? There's a little bit of that going on. Could have exalted chariot heroes, but I think you got more or less everything I want here. It's a big we'll see situation what he decides to bring. would be crazy if they took away the ability to land. Make it like Warhammer 2. Oh my god, Warhammer 2. You have to be in the air. Please, let's not go back to that. Jankiness. The poor gyrocopters, man. All the poor gyrocopters. It would just basically nerf dwarves, right? It would nerf dwarves and it would make it harder for flying lords to find a safe spot. Should put a cannon on the mammoth's back. Oh hell yeah. Dang, I should have locked in Norska. What am I doing? I really gotta start practicing Norska. In theory, they're a good faction. They're like top win rate right now. I hope this doesn't remove one of the few matchups Betonia has a leg up on. Betonia's not a bad faction. They just don't really hard counter a lot. But Betonia has a 53% win rate. They're in the top 7 factions right now. I don't think they would suffer that much if Demons of Chaos had a little bit of tech. As it stands, it's their second best matchup too. Only, you know, second only to Beastmen. But like, yeah, what they really need is to be better versus Coast, Dwarves, Kislev, Nurgle. Surprised about the Nurgle one, but yeah, Betonia needs to be stronger versus these kind of slow factions. The slow factions that can just stall you forever. I gotta be a little bit more worried about that, but generally Betonia is quite strong. Out of the most normal, you know, combined arms factions, Betonia is one of the best. All right, but will we lose to Navigator? Will we lose to Navigator? So immediately I'm noticing he has 7 units. You will be noticing that I have 8 units. All right, ready, good luck, have fun. I have a bunch of fiends. We got the speed amp. We got a rampage. Everything's hunkadory. What could he be bringing though? Doom Knight action. Exalted hero in the air. Your metal sorcerer with final transmutation. All right, so obviously we want to take a big fight against Doom Knights then. Preferably in the trees, because they are large, right? So she's stealth right now, so she can actually just aggro them like so. There we go. And then we summon in some Seekers so that we can win this fight a little bit better. Now he's gonna final transmutation me, but I don't think he'll have enough for an overcast final transmutation. Yes, come to me, pretties. Come to me, my little pretties. All right, nice. We just clobber them now. So he wants to cast final transmutation for sure. Here's the thing though, right? There's a net. There's the melee attack boost. And there's everybody just going on in. So hopefully the melee attack boost is enough here. Searing Doom doesn't do too much damage. Oh crap, I didn't use the melee attack boost. Crap, big misplay. If we keep fighting him in the trees though, it's pretty rough for them, right? He already lost 1 Doom Knight in full, basically. The tree fight is not faring super well for him, it seems. And Searing Doom means that he probably doesn't have a lot of magic left. Okay, so we get a kill there. Kills 1 Fury though. I think it's not a terrible trade. Could have used my buff a little bit faster, but it ain't the end of the world. Killing off 1 whole Doom Knight and still having 3 Seekers is absolutely a win. That guy's getting beat up pretty bad. And now here come the Changebringers. So Changebringers, if we hide in the trees, it probably won't be too bad. We're gonna need to get the Furies in there though. Furies will do okay. And we can probably snipe his Lord. I don't think he's particularly fast. So I think that'll go okay. And while the Changebringers are distracted, we just beeline for his Lord. So I think he's going to be distracted for a little bit. At least that's the hope. There he goes. A Lord's Knight would be great right now. And I can just keep distracting Changebringers with Furies into infinity. They also aren't the best here at shooting shots at my Fiends and all that. There goes his little Lordy over there. He's taking a lot of deeps. Has a couple blues in here, but I think he still dies to this. Gotta kill off the Changebringers, though. They're gonna be hunting my little caster there if we're not careful. How are the Furies doing? It's a little sus. Ugh. A little bit of a volley. Not the worst damage I've ever seen, though. Furies will be able to get in there. And yeah, that's probably a dead Lord, right? Probably. Good speed boost. Gets a pretty nasty Searing Doom. Can we dodge it? We do get the route. And a partial dodge is basically all I need. Now he's going to be summoning counter Furies. This is where we do the land tech to get past them. And around towards the Changebringers. We just want to play keep away effectively. And then get the triple cap. So there's another capture point for us. How wondrous. Kind of a slow capture, but we're getting there eventually, I think.
You have the
Took a long time actually, but we got there. All right, and then if I just keep spamming Furies, I think we're good. Lord's dead. He's gonna be trying to get vengeance by missiling my caster. Can we dodge this? Nope. Unfortunately not. Forsaken are in here. Okay.
We have a victory point.
It's fine though. She's alive. His Lord's dead. Didn't get a sick final transmutation or anything. It's gonna be very hard for him to capture points back. And if I just get enough Furies here, we can just overwhelm his Air Force. Whoop. We can keep dodging the Changebringers. I could Purvane them too, but it's actually way better to Purvane the Doom Knights. Because they're really his only unit that can fight here at this point. That's gonna be rather painful. So here comes the big charge. The big old game-ending play, potentially. Here we go. Furies are in. Big killing on the Forsaken. You'll love to see it. Oh my gosh. Purvane is a good spell still. Can we get some landing tech to get past these Doom Knights? This is a sick air micro plays. Yeah, right underneath. It is a 3-dimensional game. Who would have guessed? Oh my gosh, what a bloody massacre. Only now does he get his Lord back, but there's nothing left. GG. Demons of Chaos, good faction. That was pretty nice. We actually beat Doom Knights with Furies. Though, mostly it's because we had Purvane, right? Purvane was sick. And then Lord hunting. This lady's an insane assassin, I must say. Absolutely insane assassin. And then the melee attack boost. Look at these guys. 650. Insta-gibbed. Did not see it coming in the slightest. So that's a huge loss at the beginning. Same with the Exalted Hero. He didn't really do anything. Love to see it. Love to see it. There's a lot of builds that are just not ready for this, I'm noticing. It's a very punishing rush build. It's very punishing. Alright. So now I play Slanesh. He gets to choose Slanesh versus Petunia. My Petunia. No, he's playing Slanesh. I'm playing Petunia Wood Elves. Alright, he wants to play Wood Elves versus Slanesh. Okay. I'll ban Swamp. Actually, Creeping Swamp's not the worst for me. Ban Imperial Ambush. I'll ban Imperial Ambush. Okay. Now, historically, I have a 100% win rate versus Slanesh, or at least very close to it. I would like to maintain that this day. We will see if he has figured out some sort of crazy tech. But generally, the idea is that Slanesh doesn't have anything to get into your backline. So as Wood Elves, you just kind of sit around in a box. In theory, Wood Elf box strats are near impossible to deal with for Slanesh. Unless he manages to get like some sick Fury plays in here or something, I don't know. Okay, so he wants to play on Crystal Lake. But yeah, I guess we'll just go our standard fare. Now, Fiends are going to be a problem, right? Guy's going to have a few Fiends. As long as I can overwhelm them, though, with cavalry, it's not too bad. Let's see here. He's not gonna have enough range to contest me, that's for sure. He could pavane a lot of my archers. There is a little bit of potential for that. Something to be wary of, but not the end of the world if we see it. You can have some heroes. Okay, realistically though, what's he gonna do? Changebringers will never not terrify me regardless of the situation. I honestly, because I play such aggressive builds, I usually don't have any issues with Changebringers. Slower builds, though, can definitely get picked apart because they are quite mobile. Yeah, I think this is the build. I think if I just run this, there is very little that my opponent can do. I will be happy to be proven wrong, though, because I'm pretty sure Slanesh doesn't have an answer to this. If he teaches me how to win Slanesh versus Wood Elves, that would be sick. I thought Slanesh was best at getting into the backline. If you box, there is no backline. Okay, technically there is, but like, you can really hard box against Slanesh. Just go for a disgusting mega box, and you'll probably be fine. And Wood Elves have a way of controlling a lot of space, so they can actually hold a box. Like you see this choke point. If I just make a line of dudes here and kind of like an oval, and he can't get in, he's done for. It's over. So that's the goal. Dryads and Papa Dirth. So Dirthu does have Blessing of the Ancients, so he'll be doing extra damage Flock of Dooms. That's a great thing about this map. We have a million Glade Guard, and I just want to park like this. So if he brings a bunch of armor, he'll be running into the issue that Wildwood Rangers just slap them around. So that's probably not going to work. He would need to bring something else. Unless he goes like huge amounts of armor. I'm seeing 9 units. That's weird. If he tries to get into the box, Eternal Guard are really good at 80 leadership. One of the best spear infantry in the game, in my opinion, because they're also armor piercing. So yeah, you could try to jump them. There's a little bit of potential there, right? Oh, okay, he did just go mass armor. Oh, okay, that's the boring. That's the boring version. So he has a Herald of Slanesh, he has Pavane, he has Hysterical Frenzy. I don't know if Hysterical Frenzy does anything here, though. The idea is, if these guys can kill my Eternal Guard quickly, then I would be in a bad position. But, yeah, we'll really have to see with the Wildwood Rangers. He could whip out some crazy tech, though. I don't think I should underestimate him by any means. Durthu just hiding in the trees, though. He's just a big tree. Now, we don't want to get overzealous here, right? I do have a bunch of range units against all this stuff. So we got to be a little careful. Gotta form the box. We just want to control enough space here. Just want to make it a little awkward for him to capture the point, but he's probably going to make a big push. More Wildwood Rangers is absolutely going to be needed, though, because this is a rather ludicrous amount of armor. We just want to, you know, just scoot up just a smidge, but there's no rush. There's no rush. You get a few pot shots in. Nothing crazy. It's just a normal game of Warhammer. The million spears at the ready. Durthu's accumulating vast amounts of magic. Very high. And now he has a choice. He either sits back and gets shot forever, or he advances. He has chosen to advance. So we're just going to reposition real quick. I want to get into the Durthu zone. Here we go. We want to get a few pot shots at the Hellstriders. We certainly want to get a Flock of Doom here. Gonna hit all of those guys. Very nice. Okay. We brace with our Eternal Guard. Want to get these guys in the fights. Okay. And then can he survive? Durthu has a lot of damage. That's gonna be a nice spell. I have more elite infantry here. My archers are just plonking away at his guys. Now he does summon in a couple Furies. Okay. Gonna have to pull away. I do wish I had one unit of cavalry. I was actually not ready for the Fury summon. It seems like we're still holding out fairly well. Papa Durthu's in here too. He's ready to throw hands. We got more Eternal Guard in here. And then the few Hellstriders that get in, they're probably just gonna die, right? Because again, real deep, but it's not a pretty fight here for them. There's another Flock of Dooming. Hopefully catch them. We do. Nice. Durthu's pretty happy about that. Little missile spell there. And now we just have a melee grind. But I have archers. In theory, that's great for us, but you never know. A lot of my lines are actually kind of starting to suffer. Get some Pavane in there, all right. On some archers. Okay, we'll pull them back so that they don't rush too far. I think we did a good job killing off his infantry, but I'm gonna need some actual cavalry here in a second. He's doing a very good job shutting down my guys. Left side actually lost to the Hell Scourges. Dang. All right. Looks like we have a bit of a tussle. Right side is holding well, though. And Papa Durthu is cooking. He's having a dandy old time. He's doing great. As long as we never get flanked, I'm happy. And Wild Hunters of Kurnos will do very well here. It's another huge Flock of Doom, too. That's gonna hurt him. Quite a bit. I'm seeing no fiends, no nothing. So I have a bunch of archers now, right? Yeah, I have a bunch of archers, and he has practically nothing. Except for a bunch of slow grind infantry that lose to Wildwood Rangers. It's a massacre. What else can I say? It's a bloody massacre. Although Valley Trading is actually still really close, but having my archers alive is just so bad for him. There's another huge, basically, Flock of Doom. And now the armored cavalry have arrived to really ruin his day. Wildwood Rangers are just cooking. Look at how long these spears held too, right? The spears do not fool around. They will hold forever. They refuse to die to anything. And Durthu's a raid boss. Now, capture weight is the big thing that we have to pull back here, though, right? I only have a few minutes to actually close out this game. So that's what we're going for now. I gotta capture my first point. We got some Chaos Knights over here that need bullion. Unfortunately, I did not Flock of Doom them. I do have some very elite cavalry at the ready. But yeah, we'll have to see. There's the Chaos Knights. Pretty good charge on my boys. Can we get the capture points in time? He's summoning in more cavalry. We'll counter with cavalry. Chaos Knights, I think they should just die to Flock of Doom. His horsemen also don't really do that much, all things considered. Okay, look at that. Archer's doing great. We'll have another Flock of Doomage in a second. Weldwood Rangers are perfect for that. And indeed, we are getting our first capture point back. At a fairly decent time, too. Could be a little bit better, but I'll take it. Looks like they want to go for the flank. Okay. You just got to catch them out. Oh, what the? I forgot my guys. I forgot my boys. No wonder I felt like I didn't have enough units. They were just chilling. That's great Flock of Doom, though. Value trading is starting to go our way very well. Lots of murdering over here. Archers are safe. All right, now what are these Chaos Knights gonna do? I have a lot of Dryads. I never feel great about charging Dryads when I'm facing Wood Elves as Slanesh. So I feel like the Dryads here will be a very good option. Yeah, you can see he's actually being forced to back up. Just because it's kind of a sketchy fight. Durthu's a raid boss. You will never die. There we go. There's our second capture point. And I don't have to push more than that. Because we now can sit back and relax for the next, like, 10 minutes. I have infinity time now to just chill. And value trade. Durthu with his Flocks of Doom will do great. Hellstriders lose to my cavalry. There you go. There's the second capture point. Oh, cost one more Winds of Magic nowadays. My bad. Okay, nice. There we go. And there's Flock of Doom. My eyes, they're getting dry. Okay, there we go. Ah, Hysterical Frenzy. No wonder they're doing so much damage. I'll just run away from that. Here, we do not care about Hysterical Frenzy very much. Not too much. It's still a little sus. Still a little sus. But as long as we keep up trading, I'm happy. Okay, those Chaos Warriors did win that fight on the flank. Kind of spooky. How's this fight going? I think with my Cav summons, we're still good. My Wild Riders are a little worse for wear, but the Dryads are doing good. And the second Wild Rider here should be able to clean up shop. Chaos Warriors are not the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, he's not catching my archers anytime soon. I can just de-summon these guys for 300 gold too. I think we will do that, absolutely. Very nice. Hellstriders versus Glade Riders. Who wins? Hellstriders are kind of injured. Not entirely sure myself. He is now down all of his cavalry though. Now I do have to eventually get a triple cap. And that's the sketchy part. Killing off the cav flank is good and all. But I need to hold a triple cap for like half a second. So that's what we're gonna do. What are these Hellstriders doing? Not the spears. Okay, we're good. My huge cav swarm in the forest should be able to come back here and mop things up. I have like 5 minutes left, by the way, to get to another capture point. Certainly a good amount of time. I need to not get overzealous, right? So very safe play is to just summon a spear. That'll do. Maybe kill off his lord. I'm all out of my good infantry, but I have a lot of solid cavalry. Mobility advantage is huge here. Do these guys have charge defense versus all? Just large, okay. But nah, he's gonna tap out, okay. Caesar writing on the wall. He's basically out of units. GG. So, it seems like my theory was correct. Armored Slanesh doesn't cook. You can see how oppressive this build is. Because if you bring so much armor, right, you're never gonna punch through the front line. Darthu got 4,000 value, as he does. And my archers used all their ammunition. The only one that only paid for itself got Pavane, so... Or did it get Pavane? I don't know. It was one of the ones that you focused, but like, come on, this is just disgusting. Wildwood Rangers really make this matchup hard, because you just can't win the infantry front line. And Darthu's just a beast! Let's go, Darthu! Let's go! Dude, Darthu's so fun! So that was Chaos Demons and then Slanesh. It was Chaos Demons versus Tzeentch, Slanesh versus... no, it's my Wood Elves versus Slanesh, yes. And we won both. Solid 2-0 victory. And another win for Chaos Demons. I love Wood Elves. Keep it going, brother. Aw, hell yeah. Yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to host this tournament is because... Wow, Martin beat Danican. Dang. Yo. But yeah, I wanted to play a few other factions, you know? While still playing a lot of Demons of Chaos, but... Okay, this time, I promise I will go for... Norska. Okay, I promise we will have some Norska shenanigans. How does Chaos Knights do? Pretty good, actually. Strider in the trees, Chaos Knights, kind of spooky, but... In the end, he was swarmed. Yeah, Flock of Doom is really nasty. Flock of Doom is crazy, especially amped up in the trees. But like constantly hitting his Hellstriders so that you win the cav fights. And just never break the box. Never break that box, man. Every Winds of Magic was used on a huge Flock of Doom that game, yeah. We were hitting at least a couple infantry and some cavalry each time. Magic in general, you can usually spend all your magic. So it's way more important to make sure you're using it cost effectively rather than just chucking it out. If your caster is not getting close to 2,000 value by the end of the game, we're probably not using the magic effectively. But alright, Martin, face me. Yeah, Wildwood Rangers, they also have this. So if they bring something like Nakari, if they try to tear out your front line, they get plus 10 melee attack. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That's why he bought a cheap Horse Lord instead of a big single entity. Because a big single entity is just going to cost more and they don't do much. But then you don't have terror. So then like the front line holds even longer. You can't tear out the spears or anything. Like that one spear unit fought to like the last, basically, on my right flank. Brutal. Wildwood Rangers, I think they outtrade all Slanesh infantry, actually. It's quite good. And then Dryads will shut down most of their cavalry. Because Seekers just don't have the HP to survive their magic attack slaps. Also Martin, we're just waiting on him to respond. Maybe I'll get some water. A little bit of water. The final test, though, will be Demons of Chaos versus Charx's Betonia. Yo, how is the Demons of Chaos win rate now? It's got to be getting a little higher, right? Let me refresh this. Dang, yo! Demons of Chaos are... They're better than 7 factions. 7! Count them, 7! We brought them all the way from a 43% win rate below Tomb Kings to 47% win rate above Tzeentch. Above Tzeentch! Glorious! Do Eternal Guard have a loreful reason for the AP opposed to normal Spear units? I have no idea. The AP is kind of busted on them. Seriously. 550, like look at these guys. 44 melee defense. Armor piercing. Silver shielded, 80 leadership. Compare this to like high elf spears. Bleh. High elf spears have minus 10 leadership. Minus 6 melee defense, though martial prowess will help. But no armor piercing. The biggest thing though is minus 10 leadership. You can squeeze an extra 25% HP out of your units with that 10 extra leadership. Once you start getting to that 80 range, the unit starts to feel almost unbreakable. 80 leadership and ITP is, I think that's just straight up Longbeards at that point. Let me check. Yeah, Longbeards are 80 leadership ITP. I guess they also have Encourage, right? But like, that's crazy, man. For a 550 gold unit? That's so good. That's so good. They never out. They've always been one of the best spears. Yeah. Solid, solid spear unit. I think even if people play Demons of Chaos and they tank the win rate, I should still be able to push it up. Unless people are intentionally trying to screw me over. You could technically get 8 losses in. 8 Demons of Chaos losses in with only 2 people each tournament. But like, nobody's doing that. Just losing 4-0 constantly. But yeah, 50% win rate's on its way, man. I'm actually really liking Demons of Chaos right now. I still don't think they're the best faction. But I would actually rate them higher than Khorne now with this build. I would rather play them than Khorne in most tournaments. They're also not bad versus stuff like Vampire Counts because they have a great Unclean one. Which is naturally great. Raise Tzeentch next. They have a lot of scary things. That's just Demons of Chaos with a little bit more armor. There's not a big difference there. I wonder if something happened to Martin. He's showing us offline right now. What's going on, dude? What's the best faction, would you say? I would say the best faction in terms of rushing is Norska. Then you have Slaanesh and Ogre Kingdoms are also really good at rushing. I wouldn't say they're the best though. Wood Elves would be the best if they didn't have some really bad counters. But I think Slaanesh would be higher if they didn't have so many counters that were popular. Like having Batonia and Wood Elves around really screws over Slaanesh. Yeah. Alores goes burr. They're gonna become broken with Tides of Torment. Usually the DLC will have 1 or 2 absolutely busted units that they add. It immediately gets banned in tournaments. But they don't nerf the faction very much. They usually just add units. So I think for Slaanesh, they will still be strong, but I don't think they'll actually get stronger. Because people are just going to ban their good units. They're going to flip out, and then they're just going to ban them. Martin, where'd you go? Is it a different Martin? I think it's a different Martin. 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 Okay, let me double check which Martin they are. I don't want to have to DQ them. That's just sad. But like, I also gotta eat. I need sustenance after such a long day. Let me double check which Martin we're looking at here. Match. We are up against... Let's see here. Which Martin are we looking at? Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Thunderbarge. What about Thunderbarge? Oh, Thunderbarge is not banned, no. Thunderbarge, chill. If they ban Dreadmaw, they bad. Yeah, I think they're gonna... They're pretty ban heavy, aren't they? We only saw the... Didn't we only see the Dreadmaw, though, on the table? They just heavily hinted at the Dreadmaw, right? On that one blog that they did. How do you even implement something like that, though? Hey, we got him. All right, Martin's here. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Factions. I gotta get Norska. DLC was delayed 3 months so that they could rig up and animate the Dreadmaw. If they're like, hey, you know, we delayed the DLC 3 months, but we're adding more units. You know, I think that'd be cool. I doubt it. Would be cool. Alright, it's time. My first faction this time is finally going to be the grandest faction ever. You could probably guess it. It starts with N. Norska. His was Greenskins. Okay, Greenskins are pretty jumpy. You know what my second faction's gonna be? It starts with Demons. Empire. Okay, alright. No, what's my last faction? Greenskins and Empire is kind of a weird pick. I do have to learn how to play ogres. They should be able to win here. And he probably fears them. Although Empire, like, I don't know. Do I play dwarves? I pick dwarves. You might want to try his might against dwarves, though. Sure, let's just go ogres, and I'll just ban the ogre matchups. Yeah, he has Tzeentch as his last faction. Everybody's playing Tzeentch today. I'll just ban all his Tzeentch matchups except for Demons of Chaos. Greenskins, Empire, Tzeentch. I believe he's top bracket this time, so he'll be starting off with the ban. Oh boy. let's see here. Martin, what are you doing? He bans Norska Greenskins. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then I will ban none of the Demons Chaos matchups. I want to play Demons of Chaos. Ogres versus Greenskins, I suppose he would also ban, unless he has some fun tech. Don't you just get lead belchered to death though? I can ban Tzeentch versus Norska. That one can be pretty hellish. And then Norska, I'll ban Ogres and Empire. I think Norska versus Empire is not the worst. I think Ogres versus any cannon faction can be a little sus. Mm-hmm. What's he gonna ban? Will Norskins discover walls in the new DLC? I doubt it. I doubt it. Are they gonna have like new siege maps that are also terrible? They really just gotta make the maps better, man. Just make everything a fort map, please. You just want Nagash? Dude, Nagash. It'd be crazy not to get Nagash in the game, right? Bans Greenskins Ogres, makes a lot of sense. He's gonna ban Tzeentch and Ogres. Crazy, wow. Alright, so we're playing Demons of Chaos versus the whole lineup. Can we get 2 more wins as Demons of Chaos? It's Demons of Chaos versus Greenskins, Empire, and Tzeentch. It's just Demons of Chaos. Duke Bormon, what's up? Huzzah! Thank you very much for the Swiss ranks. Whoa. Nagash sounds too overpowered to be included. Oh, then again, we have Lord Croak, right? Lord Croak is pretty garbage, but like in multiplayer. But in single player, he's good. I think he's very strong for the balance of the game, right? But he's not actually like lore-wise as strong. But he feels strong in battle, which is all you really need. So like if Nagash can like delete a few armies, then I guess you get there. Okay, let's play Tzeentch versus Demons of Chaos to start. We've been here before. Do I do literally the same thing? Tzeentch versus Demons of Chaos? I do have to be a little wary of my Furies, right? I don't want them to die. Gonna need something for the Doom Knights, though. Lore-wise, both Croak and Mazdamundi are insanely strong. Oh yeah, Mazdamundi too. It's true. You want Aborash? Abarosh? No idea who they are. Here comes the air tech. So if he brings Changebringers, we just rampage him. We know we can win the ground fight. Fiends, Dumpster, his guys. His little disc dudes. If we do this right. Bans aboard a low landing. Let's play... Do I want to play in Bloodgrove? It's a pretty wide open map. Could shoot me up though. Imperial Road's also kind of janky. It's really big though. Let's do Imperial Road. Let's do Imperial Road. That one sounds fun. Okay, so here's the thing. You could bring Doom Knights. You could bring a Soul Grinder. As we've seen, most forms of Kite don't really do well against us, right? I will need... Let's see, is he gonna get a chicken? Try and lure the character snipe? Pavane is just such a menace, though. I think he's going to be facing Pavane a lot. Managing that should be quite difficult. What else can I bring? I can bring a chariot guy. Chariot guy just doesn't cook versus my hero squad. Nor the fiends. Is there anything he can bring that'll kill fiends? I guess if he goes for like 1,000,000 halberds, maybe. I think this build should be fine enough though, as long as you play it well. This should be good. This is a matchup I haven't played much though, so there's always a chance that he has some weird build that gets us. Maybe he's been watching the streams and we get hard countered. I'm really interested to see what he goes for Empire. I would love to face a War Wagon build with this. In theory, we kill a War Wagon build, but I haven't actually done it yet. Alrighty. It's kind of sad that they did not do something with at least one of each vampire clan. There's so much more stuff that they can add, man. We're missing a whole continent. Missing all of Indon Koresh. Brutal. Are fiends OP or just good? I would say they're just good. Because, they're still really expensive, right? And Knights Errant are better. And I don't think Knights Errant are OP. Like, no one's complaining about Knights Errant, right? If you're gonna complain about fiends, you'd have to complain about Knights Errant, Hellstriders. Some people do complain about those, but... yeah. Sorry, my eyes are dry. Alright, here we go. Ready, good luck, everyone! So, 8 units. That's a good sign for my little pavaning. Koresh would make Cathay so much more fun, I know, right? But no, we don't get that. Similar build to last time, by the way. Hellforge Bellows to deal with mass halberds. Doesn't look like he's going for it, though. Unless it's Chosen spam. If he's spamming Chosen, that'd be crazy. But I doubt it. The biggest thing is just making sure that the knights charge my ground army and not like the Furies and such. And then we're good. Preferably charging one of my heroes and then getting countercharged would be best. If he blue fires the Allures, that would be a little painful. Just a normal Chaos Lord of Tzeentch. And a Sorcerer of Metal. He has Chaos Knights, man. Okay, odd. Okay, I like this. So Mad Lad does want to contest. He does want to fight the good fight. That's good. Now, this is naturally going to be pretty weak to a Hellforge Bellows. And I'm pretty sure the Fiends can beat the Chaos Knights if I get a good enough surround. A fat Final Transmutation is a little sus though. Then again, he doesn't really have the magic for it just yet, right? It's mostly single entities. So, we'll see.
Keep it from the foe.
I don't have them hotkeyed. So, I can force a fight and just get a normal transmutation off. Or I can wait and get the Bellows. I think the Bellows is the much safer play. I could also try and rampage his Sorcerer, but he'll get the final transmutation and for sure. Hero squad will be good though. And there's the bellows. So double cap is nice. The bellows is great. And he always has to be fearful of a potential rampage, because I can also net him with Tormentor Sword. Ah, here come the Doom Knights. So is he going to play aggressively then? In theory, a big melee fight for me is worse now because of the Doom Knights. We'll see how it actually pans out. Bellows versus his horsemen. Gets a pretty nasty initial shot on him. They don't like that, that's for sure. Get our fiends in here. Those are just marauders, okay. Can you get another bellows shot? Pretty good deeps. Takes out his shields. If I spam Seekers now, I think we're sitting pretty comfy. We can rampage those fools. Just to get him out of there nice and quick. He's a little out of position, I feel. So I feel like we can take a pretty decent fight here against them. Just to get him killed. He's also softened up by the bellows. And that's going to make life a little sus for him, right? So I think we just take that fight. Move the bellows over here. Get him killed. And that's just a solid pick. It's just a good pick, right? Yeah, they're completely gone now. All right. Very nice. Get another Seeker. I don't have a Pavane for his actual melee stuff, so we don't want to take this fight just yet. Got a little bit of a debuff there. Honestly, not a big issue. I'll just keep settling for the Pavanes. Keep chonking away his shields. Keep taking some good engagements. Let the Hellforge Bellows cook. It will take a while. But I think it gets there eventually. And then just don't blob up too much for the final transportation. I think we do that. And then we're okay. That's actually a pretty nice hit. Is he gonna defend against this? Okay, he pulls away. Smart play, smart play. I do have yet another Pavane though. So where do I want to take a fight? Preferably away from his Forsaken. Preferably away from his Forsaken, right? I think Pavaning these guys is probably the best. The Forsaken's just a little too close though. I don't like that. Definitely more of a slow burn game. Because I'm very timid about taking this fight until my Hellforge Bellows has gone its value back. At the moment, it's only gone 400 value. Actually, relatively low, all things considered. Yeah, it's juicing his cavalry a little bit, but it's actually not getting that much done. A little disappointing. There you go. That's a nice hit, though. So we're going to get more Seekers in. We're going to get some free charges on him. Keep his shields low and all that. It's a pretty decent Fiend charge. At least I think it was. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, we just got to kill his Lord. If he doesn't notice, his Lord's dead. I would love to get a pick here on him. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. So we're gonna go there. We gotta not over blob. But if I can get a net off, he's pretty boned. He's pretty boned if we can get a net. There we go. That's a pretty good net. It's a pretty good buff. Looks like he's probably gonna live. He's just kind of getting pushed around. It's a little unfortunate, but I did kill off one of his knights. At least mostly, so it's not the end of the world. Definitely a very timid game. It's a little bit of a final, no, a Searing Doom, okay. He's being very timid with the final transmutations. I'll tell you that. I think we can just go for his hero now, actually. You know what? I think we want him to not get that final transmutation off. I think it would be a little bit too devastating. So we're going to try and rampage that guy. Yeah, so there it is. We're going to pull away. Value trading's good so far, but that final transmutation could absolutely change everything. Hellforge Bellows is actually very lackluster, too. All things considered, the Hellforge Bellows really didn't cook hard. And now my caster's getting caught up in the muck. She will live. My lord is okay too. Okay. It ain't a complete devastation, but that certainly brought back the value for him. Now he has a couple Chaos Knights. We're gonna have to disengage from them. How's my lord doing? Actually really bad. Wow. My lord's doing very bad against him. Holy moly. Alright, he's got a dip. I think the Hellforge Bellows sucks, man. I think the Hellforge Bellows absolutely did not do anything this game. There goes my lord. A lord loss is really bad for us. But we killed his caster. You know what? Maybe that'll be enough. Maybe I don't need a lord. Maybe we can make do if we believe in ourselves. And somehow kill this guy. Come on. Cannon is actually still alive too. We can maybe get some work done there. The fiends are absolutely cooking them too. Obviously not having the lord is rough, but hey, his is dying. I'll take that. He summons in skirmishers, which are not particularly strong here. If this cannon can live, that would be perfect. I don't know if it will though. Can it just get a shot in? Come on, get the shot off. Okay. It's a pretty decent shot. Hopefully before it dies. Nah, it's gonna die. Dang, that chariot guy's insane. So I've killed his lord at least. And I still have a bunch of fiends. Dang, losing that thing is so rough though. I can't believe we didn't manage to keep it alive. That's very unfortunate. So he still has a whack load of infantry, right? But he's also down his lord. The problem is he can probably resummon his lord very cost effectively. Now he has a bunch of skirmishers here. I think he's trying to get into a great final transmutation position. But if I can kill off all his mobility, I'm kind of happy. My lord's fairly cheap too. We can actually bring him back relatively simply. Here we go. It's a pretty good charge. Okay, what are we looking at? Yeah, I think I kind of have to resummon my guy. Because there's no way I can take fights efficiently here otherwise, right? Well, there's the final transmutation. It's actually going to whiff most of them. Okay, that's not too bad. If that was an overcast, that's actually a huge loss in terms of Winds of Magic too. Okay, but it's still a massive infantry glob I got to deal with. Dodge it! Oh, she didn't dodge. Oh, it would have been so sick if she got that dodge. Yeah, I gotta find a way to slow grind his infantry. Had my lord lived, we actually might have had a chance here. But now this is looking a little sus. Now I do get a pretty nice charge on his knights. Gonna back up. Okay, there's his lord. So if we rampage him, he just used his magic, right? I can resummon my lord now. And if we can snipe him again, maybe there's a chance. He made a mad dash to his forces, and I think he's probably gonna live. Pavane will get him though, maybe? Nah, he's too safe. Dang. Dang, he's playing it real safe. Oh, actually, there you go. Okay, he actually exposed himself a little bit. He might get Seeker surrounded here. And then my lord over here is coming on in. Okay, you know what? It's time for the Nurglings. So you use Nurglings for capture weight. Seekers can charge out of there. All right, we kill this guy again. And we steal the point. If he dies again here, that would be really rough for my opponent. It does require a lot of things to go right. A double horseman summon is definitely not a thing that is going right for me. Dang it. Yeah, he's got me. The Cav Max does go really well here. I think if I didn't have the Hellforge Bellows, we totally could have won. I think the Hellforge Bellows sucks, man. Did you well played? Dude, Hellforge Bellows, what were you doing? Get out of here. Get out of my build. Hate this thing. Hellforge Bellows was such a massive letdown. I could have done way better with so much else. I could have had a whole eternal entourage. I'd rather just have them in. Yeah, or like even a Changebringer. Maybe I just swap in for the Changebringer. Oh, no flyers. I think you do just have the Changebringer in here. That was one of the first times I ran the Hellforge Bellows, and it sorely disappointed. All right. Let's see here. Let's play versus Empire next. All right, Demons of Chaos versus Empire. Your first map ban. Ooh. Maybe Karnak for stronger Lord Snipe potential. No, you need to have a stronger cavalry force. I think the build is fine. I think I actually just misplayed it. Because we could have just taken a massive fight on his cavalry. Kill them all. And then my single entities wouldn't have been soloed out. Bans Blood Grove. We're playing against Empire. Let's play Landing. Alright, Border Low Landing. We are up against the forces of the Empire. Do we have the tools to win this? Empire is pretty spooky. They can field a bunch of spears. Other than that, though, they are decently managed. I wonder what magic he's gonna bring, though. He's gonna bring the Geltinator. He's gonna Gelt it up, maybe. Bellowers on the Doom Knights? I don't think the Bellows does a lot versus Doom Knights. Unless I'm very mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it does nothing. Would have actually been fine shooting the infantry with it, actually. I think it does really well versus infantry. Those Chaos Knights, though, they'd be tanky. But anyways, Empire first. So how do we run them down? They will have many a tool here. I think Mantide for Empire is certainly one of the scarier things we can face. So do I have an answer to that? Against the Empire Mantide. I think honestly this is pretty much all I need, right? It's just melee max. It's either that or I go a bunch of pinks, but then like a Hellstorm rocket battery would ruin me. It works quite well on aerial units. Really? Alright. Let's see. Empire. I could take Bloodletters to clear out like a few units of infantry. They're really slow though. I don't know if they actually work well with the build. He could have some great swords even. Definitely on the back foot after the 1-game loss. The Cav Max plus Final Transmutation, by the way, is what I feel like is the counter to this build, so I think he did it well. But I can still do this. Yeah, I can still do this. Alright. think if he goes the same strat against me, I actually have a pretty cool tech against him. Yeah, I don't think the Bellowers is worth in general, though. The build is so melee focused. Empire, though. I wonder what he has cooked. A normal Mantide shouldn't be that good versus. One Demons of Chaos loss, though. If we end with 2 Demons of Chaos losses, I think we still brought up the win rate today, but not as much as I could have hoped for. So we gotta win. After this one, we're facing Greenskins with Demons of Chaos, which should be easier than Empire. Yeah, does it work against Pegasus Knights? I don't think it does enough damage. I think they would out-heal it, even if it does do a little bit of chip damage. Like, how long does it take one Bellowers to kill an entire Royal Pegasus Knight? Wouldn't I be, like, much better off with, like, 1.5 Seekers? I don't really see what it does that 1.5 Seekers doesn't do, you know? But we'll see. So this time, same build as before, but an important tech. I brought this guy. Blood Reaper. So he has an ability that gives 35%, or no, 65% spell resist. So if he goes for Gelt to stop like a blob, and he wants to final transmute me, I just summon this guy in and he'll handle it just fine. Can it be done? All right. He's deploying. Just started viewing. Did you set up a best of 3 tournament? I did. Did I do it just to get the challenge off faster? Maybe. Although most of the time you'd be getting 8 or 6 games in anyways. It actually doesn't do it that much faster. Outright grenade launchers. All right. 4, 5, 5. He has 3 huntsmen. He has 3 huntsmen and a free company militia. So my build should be pretty good here. Yeah, he has final transmutation again, but I don't have to blob up nearly as hard against this build. He's probably going to try and park here between the 2 points. Overall, not a big issue. He has a lot of ranged. So if I just spam Furies, life should be quite difficult for him. I can get up to 6 Furies onto the battlefield at once. It should not be too difficult. I just need him to move far enough forwards for me to get him. He's actually spamming more free company militia, which is absurd. I'm just gonna hold off on the Fury summons on the off chance that he keeps spamming in more ranged, because this is a full melee build this time. No garbage bellows here to cause me issues. And then we just gotta not fight on the wrong side of the map. So I'm gonna posture, but we're not actually going to take a fight. A proper fight here is near suicidal when you have huntsmen getting on in. Yeah, we just want a hard posture. Hard posture. More free company. Jeez. All right there, buddy. This guy likes free company militia. So we can dodge pretty easily here without too much damage. And we want to rampage his Empire Knights. Want to rampage the Empire Knights first and foremost. They are much more susceptible to getting murdered here. So we just pull back. He pulls them back. They're going to be rampaging for a while, though. It's a whole 14 seconds. There he goes. And that should just be the end of them. These Furies don't need to do much. They can just chill. Maybe kill off his grenade launchers or something. Very nice. Close off their retreat. It's a decent little fight. Just a little bit of poke damage. A little bit of early game skirmishing. Nothing really huge. It's a nice trade. I can be happy about it. It's one less range unit I have to deal with for the price of like one Fury maybe. It's not that bad. So there we go. There they go. And a free Huntsman. That's one other less range unit that I have to deal with. Nice. So there's the final transportation cast. She wants to flee. Thankfully she does get a mighty speed boost. As long as she plays keep away. We'll be good here. So that was actually pretty rough for him then. That's a lot of magic down the drain. Very nice. All right, so early skirmishing. It says it's slightly in his favor. It's mostly because of the damage he did to this lady. I think overall, though, we're pretty comfortable. Damage some units. It's all great. Gets a Knight of the Black Rose going. All right. So we can certainly keep contesting this point. Fiends are here after all. Could hit up his archers, but I mostly want to kill his knights. The knights, first and foremost, are the biggest, most annoying things. So let's just posture once again. He's really sitting back. So we can actually just do a little bit of a build-up strat. Zoom in a little bit for the dodge. Okay, yeah. So it looks like he does want to push in. Okay. Well, this map certainly gives him a lot of opportunities for defending. If I can just get him to spread out just a little bit more, though. Or if I hammer this location. Actually, I can use my cavalry to stall the point slightly. Maybe even the Blood Reaper. He's an annoying single entity. Yeah, we can bring these guys over. Leave the cavalry in the woods. And try and spread out his formation. If we can sit on a double cap long enough, we're happy. So getting both Hellstriders here slows him down. He's gonna need to get more units in. I gotta keep this lady away from another final transmutation though. She does just straight up die if he casts it. At least until we get this guy in. With this Locus of Abjuration. So far so good. It's certainly going. How quickly he's gonna capture the point though? I guess we'll see. Do we barely hold it? Ooh, barely not. Okay. So I think we just settle for the build-up now.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your
I think we settle for the long con build-up. So here's a Knight of the Black Rose. He's gonna de-summon them or something. If I just spam Furies out here, I should be able to beat him just going mass ranged. Like, I've bought myself a lot of time. He will have his magic and all that. But if we just get literally everything, then I think we are goodies. Just gotta chill for a little bit. My Furies will die very quickly, so we can actually bring summons back in onto the battlefield very fast. While his units have to be either de-summoned or they have to route off the battlefield. We've already bought an enormous amount of time for ourselves. And his final transmutation will be on cooldown. He does have Searing Doom. Other than that, though, I'm sitting pretty comfy. Now, yes, I may have no infantry, but the Furies certainly cook here. But yeah, we're gonna have to be careful. Gotta make sure we take this fight properly. Unfortunately, it does mean that we're just sitting around for a little bit. Greatest apologies for that. If I park here, I can stop him from summoning. Because I can rampage. There's a threat of a rampage. Is Gelt on foot? It's a foot Gelt. It's a foot Gelt. I can desummon her and resummon her if I really wanted to, but I don't need to. I have this guy. They can stick together. It'll be great. So here he is, making the Blobberino. We want kind of units everywhere, because he's gonna pull in his spears to try and close gaps. Noticing a little bit of a gap here that we can exploit. See how slowly 2 capture points actually ticks. Alright, so we got our doggos, right? So you want to also position here to push them out. Otherwise, we just capture the point. Hero squad is just chilling. They want to stick together because he's going to final transmute. And I want to protect myself against that. Yeah, if we position a little bit harder here, he's going to have to scoot his formation up. And I think that hurts his odds. Just a lot of posturing, though. I don't have like a Melkots or anything to poke at him. So does he have the capture weight with 2 units of infantry here? I think with the Seeker here now, we do have capture weight. Yeah. So you can see that forces him just a little bit further away, which is important for us. Sorry for the long stall, but it's just worth. It's just a good strategy. And I can't afford to lose this match, otherwise we're out of the tournament. All his spears and stuff are over here. So he's gonna have to scoot even further. It's gonna be sketchy for him. Slowly capturing that point. I can actually move the whole hero squad there. You know what? We can move the whole hero squad there. Flank with these guys. It'll be fine. If I can actually capture this point and force them right into the middle, then life gets very sus. Especially if we can capture on the assault. That's the biggest part. By capturing on the assault, we do even better. We will do even better. There you go. What are you gonna do? It's another 10 capture weight we got. So now all the units are on the battlefield. We're gonna run them dry. At least that's the goal. Looks like the capture weight is cooking. So now he's moving up. And this is where we want to go. This is where we want to pull the trigger while his units are in movement. Because that is the sketchiest part for them. Just want to get all the Furies in there. And get the Furies in like so. And then we want to capture this point. Gonna get the Fiends in. There we go. Now he's starting to spam summon. Just a bunch of Empire Knights. Not too spooky. We will need to actually fight them. And get them out of here. But that should be relatively doable. With all these guys. It's a good spell cast he's got. Let's get a Pavane. Let's swap out the boys. Now, we don't have the capture point. He's still on a double cap. And that makes things slightly more sus here. His infantry line ain't doing too well, though. And I should be able, in theory, to resummon in the Furies very fast. It's a great final transmutation, though. If we can kill Gelt, however, then the rest of his line should fall apart pretty quickly. Value trading's not in our favor, though. So we do actually have to kill Gelt in this particular situation. He's very exposed, though. There you go. Nice. Get that buff. There we go. Very, very nice. Okay. And then I just have to resummon my demons as fast as humanly possible. That's the goal. Fingers crossed it goes well. He actually held the line very well, though. Big losses on our part. Brutal. Actually, brutal losses. He has a mosh pit on us. Okay, but here's the second wave. Second wave of units. If they can cook, we're good. Dang, I'm losing so much though. Holy crap. Gelt lives. Gelt freaking lives. Ah, crap. All right, so now I have to capture the point. Gelt is alive. Oh, that's such a bad situation for us. Now, I will be able to summon out a bunch of guys, but the Mad Lad surviving is so bad. Dang. Did he die? Did he finally die? I think we finally got him. Okay. That's good at least. She can play keep away. And I just have to capture the points now. Now, I don't have a lot of units for point capture. We will have some flesh hounds soon at least. Remember, he doesn't have a lot of units, so I just gotta get this point in a decent amount of time. And then we're okay. There he goes desummoning. He actually brought in the grenade launchers back. Okay. Dang, I wish I had captured this point. If we captured it, we would have been fine. It ain't over yet, though. So here's the Flesh Hound summon. Big guy over here is doing okay. I assume he's gonna re-summon Gelt soon, though. He's pulling in all the boys to hold the point. Will it be enough? This guy on his motorbike obviously gives a lot. Dang, I should have just captured the point. If I got the point, we would have been fine. Oh, because the second phase of the battle's going so well for us. But I was just a little too hasty, wasn't I? Dang, yeah, now I need a triple cat. Well played, well played. Got us with the main tide. And some very nice defensive play. Unfortunately, the Furies just died a little too fast. Dang. It's a double loss from Demons of Chaos. Brutality. He beat Danican today too, Martin. Really cooking up a storm. I think usually if you do want to do the build up successfully, you need a lot more infantry. Unfortunately, I didn't have any infantry. If I did have this point though, then it would have been a close fight. He would have had a lot of infantry here to recap. Oh, I forgot a fiend. I forgot a whole fiend, bro. No wonder it felt like I had nothing. I forgot this guy. No. Oh, that's such a throw. No wonder we lost. Dude, that's one of my most important units. Ah, GG, well played. Well, it happens. GG, well played. Yeah, if I had the fiend in there, that's like my most important unit, bro. Forgotten. Oh, brutality. Well, well played to Martin. He definitely earned it. Oh, completely forgotten, bro. They at least could have captured the point. Ah. Dang, that's so rough. They could have captured the point so easily. Oh, man. He didn't even have that much cavalry left. Like that little tipper to get a little bit of extra oomph in there. Could have been it. I do think I probably should have just fought earlier, though. And just bum rushed him. It didn't feel like his main army was strong enough to hold. But, yeah, what can you do? GG's. GG's. So, he played, let's see, he played Empire in the second game, and he played Tzeentch in the first game versus Chaos Demons twice. Well played. Yeah, that was a terrible tactical reserve. Oh my gosh. The mega throw. It happens though. GG's. I can finally go get some food. Very exciting. We'll go ahead and do that. Unfortunately, the Demons of Chaos win rate though. I think it probably went back down. Okay, they're still better than 5 factions. But I need 12 wins positive to get them there. What was the Empire reinforcements? A bunch of cav, a bunch of Free Company militia. I would have done well with more infantry in a build-up strat. Mass infantry is just generally better, I think. And then I think I spread my forces out a little bit too much. The Furies were okay, but they didn't do that much. By kind of going everywhere is a little awkward. Knights of the Black Rose are really strong. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go have food. Peace. Have a wonderful day. And tomorrow we're playing an SFT. More Demons of Chaos. We still have much to learn, but we're getting there. One day we'll get them to 50% for sure.